Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to go live. That's my fault. So many buttons to there we go. Should be good now. Sorry about that. All right, guys. Yes, listen a minute. So give me one moment. One moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're less than a minute to the open. Thank you, William. YouTube should be good now. You on the way here. You, I don't mean you, but look at this. You and breaking through the 200-day moving average. We're now open for business. So let me close down this. And let's get started here, guys. Now, I typically don't take trades in the first 15 minutes. Let's try to let things settle down a little bit. Can somebody go into YouTube or in YouTube? Just let me know if you can hear me. I may have made a mistake. Okay, thank you, Doodle Dum. Okay. Yeah. No, I can tell you guys are back now. So what did you have to do? Could you stay in into the chat area and just keep refreshing, and that got you, or did you have to do like start from scratch? FFIE, guys, watch this one. I mean, this has had an attempt to get through one, which it did a few days ago, about a week and a half ago. Now we're going to try to figure out another way to do this. What I'm trying to do, you see, with YouTube is to have a pre-market show that they can put on Twitter, etc. The problem is that we just want a pre-market show, and so I have to stop the YouTube stream and then restart it so they can grab that 25-minute snippet. So we're trying to figure out another way to do it. I don't like doing it this way, but the powers that be, they want me to do this. So Haynes guys, HBI on the way down, HBI, earnings play, HBI, earnings play. Meanwhile, the market is, wow. So interesting. We've got a little bit of digression here, guys. We've got Dow, the Dow is down just a little bit, and NASDAQ's up huge, okay, and the SPY's up. So we've got a divergence between the so-called growth stocks versus revenue or value stocks. Value stocks meaning the Dow, growth stocks meaning NAS. Yeah, so who said they couldn't figure out? Was it you, Hawaii? Greenhorn in our Discord room says to listen, make sure you click the headphone symbol lower left. That's in our Discord room. Man, Amazon. Exciting. I've never, this has been so rare for me to, first of all, take a trade of a stock that's expensive, number one. And number two, potentially holding it through earnings. Well, my 10-day daily breakout's going crazy. I mean, it's already full. And normally we get well, yesterday we had a few, but normally there are days where we get two or three. But this is just absolutely going crazy here. Uber. Look at Uber. Next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's around 34-ish. Yeah, I haven't seen a day like this ever in my 10-day daily breakout. I mean, there's some look at SI now, guys. Look at SI. Again, normally, it takes a while for it to be this full. But with this market, and we have a halt now. GSUN from yesterday, is it halted on the way up or down? Halted on the way down. GSUN halted on the way down. I'm not in this, guys. I'm just pointing out the fact that I'm talking about the SI that if the memers really want to get a hold of something, I mean, this is primo, but I'm not in this one yet. We could have a little pullback, but with that float and that short float percent. Hey, Tank, how about our IMUX, IMUX? Make a little bit of a move here. For those of you been around for a couple of days anyway. Ooh, in at 235 on that Wedbush upgrade, price target, and the void. Yeah, I bet you are, William. Now you said you might wait till 19, or was it 18 for Carvana? Okay, so one of the flyers is giving it up. TENX, TENX. Not shortable for me, so this is starting to fail. And look at SI now, guys. That's why I don't like to take them early. Got up to 2062 and drops down to 19. So let's see if it just has a little bit of a base. There is room. What did it get up to? Got up to 2061, and the next high looking left is 2208. So, there is still some room. And good for you on the Haynes. Haynes just got hit here on my 10-day daily breakdown, HPI. Well, you have to have a plan, JI, but I mean, my 10-day daily breakouts are designed in theory to go long and the 10-day daily breakdowns to go short, but it has to make sense still. That's where they're designed. 10-day daily breakouts, strong stocks, breaking out. At some point during the day, could they become shorts? Of course, but let me add, but you shouldn't be doing anything, okay? It has to be part of your plan. It's not a matter of blindly following something. It has to make sense. Look at Lazar, LAZR. Boy, this is never seen a day like this on the 10-day daily breakouts. So many of them right off the bat. Now this has come, now for instance, here's LAZR going right into the 200-day moving average at 8. So, this might be right, if that fails, it might be right for a short. Oh, I didn't even realize that Carvana got halted. It's resumed now, but Carvana got halted. CVNA got halted. Okay, just a minute, please. So I have a symbol crash on my 10-day daily breakout, and it's just, symbol crash after symbol crash after symbol crash. Now, the difference between these two, this is a don't repeat version. So first time we had the alert for Carvana was at 9:33, 1817 was the price. And so you can click on that. And you can see what did it do from there. CFLT, pretty early, right on, like right when the market opened, 25.52. And so it moved $1 from there. That's why I like to have this so I can go back and say, okay, what happened since the alert? This one obviously didn't. 748, and then it just big sell off. So these are ideas, these are ideas. They are not get the alert and take the trade immediately. Wow, look at Beyond Meat. My goodness. I mean, I was talking about this in the pre-market. What a move. I mean, it's almost back up to that high of 4 days ago, 2040. In fact, it took it out briefly. What a move for Beyond Meat, BYND. We've got tremendous divergence today. I haven't seen a day like this before. Look at the Dow, guys. The Dow's down 220 and the NAS is up 260. And the SPY's up. Tremendous divergence between, again, the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. You don't often, I mean, you see divergence from time to time, but not as dramatically. Yes, JA, you actually have to think. Yes. So Meta's holding its gap, guys. It's holding its gap so far. And so CFLT was an earnings play after hours on the 30th. So this is like a continuation. Look at this break yesterday of the 200-day move, like a lot of stocks, of course. Broke a lot of stocks broke their 200-day yesterday. Okay, the rocket companies. This was another big memer. I've seen this one. Well, I mean, I guess you could say. I mean, it's over the last what month or so. It's moved from 678 to 10, and it's another one of those with a high short float percent. Give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, FNGD. I don't think this is a yeah, this is a FANG index. FNGD. WISA, not Visa, but WISA. So this is on the way down. WISA. I know why I have this on. I'm looking at this one. I was looking at this one yesterday to potentially short. Surprised there are shorts available. 51,000 at Interactive Brokers. Look at Peloton, guys. PTON, PTON. Peloton is still hanging tough. A couple of upgrades this morning. Actually, they may have been. Yeah, actually, I think they were downgrades. Let me just do a quick look. I got mixed up here. Yeah, actually, there are a couple of downgrades for Peloton, but so what? PTO win. All right, now that we're 15 minutes in, us, let's take a look at SI and see if it really starts to want to run again. STEM guys, STEM through the 200-day moving average. What sort of room does it have? 1170. Looks like the next high looking left is 1170 for STEM. Just looking to see if they've got any sort of press release. I don't see anything today. Hmm. William, did you get into Carvana here? CVNA. It's maybe that's a big topping tail there. Got up to 20. Ah, you see, what's happened now is that there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. 88,000 shares available right now. So there's been some short covering. I guess people gagging as it went up here and covering their shorts. CHX guys, CHX, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Champion X, CHX is an earnings play and it is gapping down on earnings. Just hitting my 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left is 28.16. So might be a little support there. I mean, if it could take that out, then 27.40. But CHX is an earnings play gapping down. Didn't see it in the pre-market. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. It was a little bit down, but it released earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction. Mm, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, some of you may know this is my wife's company, and man, our retirement fund. All right, guys, Silvergate, SI, right back over 20 now. This is an AI alert also. I'm noticing it's an AI alert also. Well, meanwhile, CHX just getting crushed here now, guys. Took out that level that I thought might hold it. That 28.13. The next level down here. I did not take this one. Did not take it. SI, guys. Is it wait for that, the pullback? Break through 20 again. Let's see if this gets really rocking again. Oh. Okay, guys, AI is actually on the way down now. Wow, look at that. Look, I did not take this one. I guess I should have. Look at the SHX. Sorry, CHX. Look at the CHX. Well, maybe there's some support coming up around the 27 level. This is what I'm talking about. I did not take it. 28.66 on the alert. And so basically a dollar move from there. I just thought that there was an area that I thought might support it, but obviously I was wrong for a while anyway. All right, guys, I'm just looking now. Take a look. CNHI, another earnings play, guys. Another earnings play. CNHI may be coming into support. You look at that daily chart. It looks like 1664. There's a few days at that low. If it breaks through that, then 1629 and then 1620. But I mean, I keep looking at these things thinking they might hold, but you see what I mean about earnings, guys? I mean, these are some companies that, I mean, you're not going to see this on MSNBC, CNHI. These are companies that are, I call them second and third tier earnings releases, but they can be so interesting because, on their day, they're either on the upside or the downside, they can be extremely profitable. Shoot, I did not take the CVNA short. See for shorts are, yeah, so they've been snapped up. What did I say? Was it 88,000? So they're 21,000 now at Interactive Brokers. Or maybe it was 55,000. I can't remember, but yeah, still have this divergence, guys. The Dow is down and Dow is down about the same amount as the Nas is up. Yell, YELL, another one that's just rocketing here. See blue collar for a while. I wonder if he's wonder if you're around today. I know I could do my scan my list, but oh, SLM guys, wow, look at this one. SLM is an earnings play also. Zero reaction in the pre-market. And really after hours, not that much. Look at this SLM though. I mean, once the market opened, just boom, down 14%, but no reaction at all in the pre-market. And right through that 200-day moving average. I've always find these kind of the fascinating ones, you know. I mean, you would think there'd be some action in the pre-market, but nothing. Market opens. Actually, I'm wrong. A little bit of sorry, a little bit of action. I may have seen this if I had been still looking at my lists, because that happened at 9:15. That candle happened at 9:15. The big action really when the market opened for SLM on the downside. Okay, here's another one that just look at Lucy, guys. Lucy is showing up here. Not an earnings play. I don't know what's happening. Oh, see, Lucy got halted before and it resumed. Lucy is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Well, Lucy, Innovative Eyewear. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any specific news. Really, there's nothing happening yesterday for it. Excuse me. Low float, of course, 2.39 million in the float. So let's see if it pulls back to some kind of a level. There's the VWAP 280. It's right at the VWAP right now, 280. Will it hold? Lucy. You got some explaining to do. So guys, it looks like that VWAP is trying to hold. All right. So what the heck is happening here? Lucid, ChargePoint, Fisker, are they battling this also? Court says court decision creates uncertainty. Said in the securities filings that a recent Delaware Court of Chancery decision creates uncertainty related to past increases in the number of authorized shares. Companies filed petitions seeking validation of their share authorization proposals. All right, well, William, you can look at that. All right, this Silvergate, as you said, this is a whippy one, guys. I mean, extremely whippy, SI. This is for Lucid. Well, Lucid, Fisker, and ChargePoint. This is the headline that I saw. Okay, Fisker, ChargePoint, Lucid says court decision creates uncertainty. This is Interactive Brokers, but I'm sure this is something to do with the securities filings, uncertainty related to past increases, the number of authorized shares or authorized shares. Whoa, I didn't get back in. Shoot. Look at Silvergate now. I mean, this is an extremely whippy one. Not easy. I did not get back in. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific reason for this. I don't see anything for Lucy. I don't see it. It might be just another memer, guys. 2.39 million in the float. 25 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just following an internal discussion. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of trying to figure out now. Did not get back into that Silvergate. Yeah, well, it's coming into maybe that resistance area, maybe 2208. I mean, it's close. I mean, if it takes a 2208, I have no idea where this is going. Interesting. It's not won a race in either one of these races. Doesn't mean it wasn't active here, but it just did not win a race. SI. It would have, let's see, the float 25 million, so it wouldn't be in this one anyway. I have a minimum float requirement of 50, 50, and the large cap gainers from the open. Boy, Haynes getting a real haircut here again, guys. HBI. Keep checking the SPY and so Dow is still down and the NAS is up about the same amount, just in reverse. Lucy did not get in it. I'm on a daily here, so I'm sorry. This should be the weekly here. Sorry, this should be the weekly. Well, let's take a look at Lucy. Where could it keep going to? 485 is the next high looking left for Lucy, on the weekly chart. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers either. I don't know if it's heavily shorted. I mean, there's 5% short float. I really don't know. I mean, just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So I have no idea what the status is at other brokers, but that's indicative. When you've got a low float stock, that's pretty indicative of not very many shorts are going to be available when you have such a low float. And you know what? I mean, it probably can protect you more times than it can hurt you. Not having not having shorts. Well, I mean that 5% short float percent. I mean that's. I mean that's. I don't call that significant. I mean we start talking 15%, fine. Others may have a different take, but yeah, the bloom seems to be off the MGAMs and the other one, that MSGM today anyway. While Haynes continues its march down. Goose, guys, Goose, Canada Goose, not making another new low. This has got some room, a little bit of room. Down to 20 for Goose. I missed my entry on it. Now, this was a big meme stock way back. EXPR really has done not much, but again, 64 million in the float, 9% short float. That's getting a little more significant. 126, the next high. I'm sorry, 174, next high looking left. If they get a hold of this one, 174 is the next high looking left for EXPR. Okay, William, thanks for checking. Market never likes to see a press release that says uncertainty. But it hasn't really affected Lucid that much today anyway. I don't know if that's old news or what it is. I mean, I'm seeing it for the first time today, but a little pop in the market now, guys. Little pop. Let's see if it gets back up to the highs, which is I'm going to stick a price alert right up here. No, sorry, Spinity, there's no way to do that. Question in our YouTube room, is there a way to show a graph at particular date as opposed to having to scroll the mouse wheel? No, no way. We are looking, in fact, what's today, Thursday? There may be a release. I know we're getting, our charts are going to be a lot more flexible. I'm going to see if there's going to be a release that I'll be able to try. I don't know if that'll help, but no, there's no way you can do that. Not easily. Look at Silvergate now at that 22 level. Ah, 2208. It got, what did it get? Got to 2209, I think. Well, I don't know when the release will be, Spinity. I don't know, and I don't know if it'll have that particular feature. I have no idea. And the release will only be for somebody like myself. It'll be what's called the development release, and I'll not just myself, of course, but others at Trade Ideas will put it through its paces and see, make sure there's no bugs before we release it to the general public. But again, I have no idea. Yeah, well, we never build ourselves as a full-blown charting program, but we're definitely improving. Yeah, I hear you, Spinity. Nothing I can do. Maybe get a monthly chart up. I don't know. Well, look at the SPY action, guys. Did it really? Did Meta actually take out the pre-market high? You're right, it did. Well, there's some very lofty price targets. Let's find one of them. 255 from SVB, 240. I don't know these guys at all. Crestley and Hart, never heard of them. 225 at Susquehanna, Roth 210, Citigroup 228. So what's the high? 250? Jeffries 225. So north of 200 anyway. Not quite on the 10x. It didn't quite crush the 10x, but you get out with a stop. Well, yeah, I mean, these upgrades and all that, these price targets, I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to get there, of course. But let's put it this way. I'd rather be in a stock that had a bunch of like a multiple upgrades, okay, and it's well below that price, rather than a bunch of downgrades and I'm in it. I mean, that's 20. Look at SI guys now, 2213. That's that high is at 2208. I'm trying to figure out an entry for me. I mean, look at Peloton. Peloton had some downgrades today, but does that matter? Not yet, anyway. And it may never matter. PTON maintained a buy at Roth Capital. I think they've got a $20 price target, but I did see some downgrades. Bank of America, 19. Canaccord, 20. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to hit any of these price targets, but again, think about it. If you were in this trade right now, would you rather see some nice price targets that are above your current price? Or would you rather, I mean, it's an obvious answer, but would you rather see them all saying, oh, we think it's going to 10 when you're in at 16? So if SI hadn't done this to me, this, I got into this one and it rocketed and then it just had that. So I basically got out and then right down to 1930. And then look at this move. I mean, this is a $3 move from there, but it's the float, 25 million, pretty expensive stock with a 25 million float, fairly expensive stock. Now let's take a look left. Where is the next high? If you guys are in this one, the next high is 2317. Yeah, yes, I did not. Yeah, I mean, it stopped out as how can I say it? In auto trading, okay? But if you were really trading this one, that's what I always say with the AI, trade it on your own. The stop was 1783 and it didn't come close to that. But you looked at it and said, you know what, we don't like it right now, but that didn't mean that you had to stop watching it. Is every day like this in the market? No. But we're in earnings season, guys, so we're going to see lots and lots and lots of earnings plays, more and more and more for the next 3 weeks anyway. All right, so this one just got halted, this Greel. No volume yet. This got halted. Greel, Greel. Don't know anything about this. Um, yeah, okay, so this is Gree and then there's Greel. Yeah, SI just won't stop and it's and it's going without me. But I'm sure some of you took it and are still in it. Good for you. Talked about it in the pre-market at length, that this could be, the one that if they really want to get a hold of it, they meaning the memers, eventually they'll probably leave CVNA alone for a while anyway. But I mean, Silvergate has 25 million in the float and a bigger short float percent. So you can just see, they're just piling into it. This is an earnings play, guys. FLWS. I didn't really talk about it. FLWS is an earnings play. I saw it in the pre-market, but there was just so much more action in the pre-market. I didn't get around to this one, but this is also an earnings play, FLWS. And let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where's the next? Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 1504. Now, again, when I say that, I don't mean it's getting there. Actually, 1314. 1314 is the next high in the weekly chart for FLWS. So it's approaching that. If it can take out that 1314, but hey, who knows? Maybe it stalls there. Maybe it turns into a bit of a short. Look at the market, guys. What a recovery. I mean, it wasn't really down much, but wiping out those three red candles so far. Time is it right now? 10:28. So another minute, actually 10:29. So another minute for this one to close. These like yesterday and today definitely make moderating a trading room a lot of fun. There's just so much action. Look at the UPST. I mean, again, this is another one. I'm sure they've got a hold of this one too. Look at that float, 68 million, not excessive, but look at the short float percent. So guys, I mean, if you want to, it's very easy. You can create you call it a short float scanner. And, maybe a short float scanner, maybe well, let's take a look at one I just had, UPST. Maybe put, I don't know, 100 million maximum float, but it's a short float percent. Maybe put a minimum of 20% and see what happens. See what sort of let's do it. Let's just do it. Click on new, complex window. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch. Load the settings. So now I'm going to click on float. Short float percent, add the filter. Let's go 15, minimum of 15, okay? Minimum. And depends how many we get. I can always up that. And then the float. Look at the SPY. Took it out, guys. I know some were predicting the market's going to drop, but not yet. So where was I? I got to find my. Here we go. So now let's put the float at a minimum of 100 million or maximum of 100 million. And we can always adjust. And let's put a price range. Let's go, I don't know, $2 and say 50. So here's how we're building it. 2 and 50, 15% at least is a short float. A float is no more than 100 million, okay? Let's add a relative volume. Let's go 2. Maybe the change from the open, I don't know. Well, we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. And let's just sort of see what sort of action we're getting. I'll just large float percent. And again, we can always adjust, always adjust. I should have added some columns. Let's get some columns. Obviously the price, the volume. I should have added minimum volume today too. Relative volume. So let's get a minimum volume of say 250,000. Okay. Okay. Now what we can do is sort on that short float percent. Okay. So there you go. And I must have there must be a color coding I put in here, not that anything over 25% is going to be in dark blue. Okay. So that's how easy it is. If anybody wants this, they can just ask me. Okay, I'm just looking at this. Yeah, I can't post it on my homepage. I don't have control over it, believe it or not. I'd have to ask somebody to do it, but and I may not. I mean, but what I can do, of course, is just save it to the cloud, number one, and I can do it the save and share. So there it is. This is why I like Discord, because when I post it in Discord, it gives it the name automatically too. It doesn't do that in this room. Now, the other thing we could do, make a race out of it. So why not? Let's just make a race out of it and see what happens. So I'm going to right click, launch it. What I don't have though, because I like to see it change from the open. Remember, you can only launch a race or run a race. Well, you can run a race on the different headers you've got, but the one I want is the change from the open. So I'm going to have to add that just as a column. Type in open, change from the open percent. So that's what I want. Show the column. Okay. Now I can run the race based on the change from the open. So I right click, launch the real-time stock race. I think it's already done that because this is my default, okay? This is the way I like to run races, 4-minute races, change from the open. Everything else should be the way I like to run races, so I don't really have to do any, excuse me, I don't have to really do anything. Only thing I have to do, no. Yeah, let's just see what happens. So now I don't have to sort of look at this list and figure out which ones are moving the most. I'll let the race tell me to do it. Now, why is this, why the font size is so small here? Look at Tesla. I mean, you know, there's Tesla. Look at Tesla, guys. Something's wrong. Oh, I know what's happening here. Tesla is here. Yeah. Yeah. So what they did was they decided they wanted to put Tesla and Apple in here just to show you that typically, Tesla and Apple don't move as much as, so I'm just going to get rid of it, clear it. So now I'm not going to see because I had a price range of 1 to 55, so I couldn't figure out why Tesla was showing up. Why is my font size so small here? Pepe, how come my font size is so small? I did this one yesterday, and same thing happened at the beginning, but then the font increased. I know why. No, that's not the reason. I don't think there's a way to adjust the font here. I think I accidentally deleted it. I did. Okay, that's okay. Just start it again. Happened to me yesterday briefly on one, and then the font changed the way I wanted it to. I'm using browser interface. Get rid of these guys again. Change from the open, replace symbols. Yeah, there's no, there we go. Okay, all is good. Okay, so what I've done here is large float percent. I should probably rename it. Large float percent change from the open. Let's see what happens. Okay, running a race like this, especially while these these short float percentages are certainly in action. Now, before I do anything, I'm going to save this to the cloud also. And you can share the race if you want. There's the race. Probably more, it's probably more, I was almost gonna say more better. It's probably better to have the race than I mean, you can have the top list, but of course, if you want, once you have the race, all you have to do is right click and open the top list if you want to see the top list. But I don't need to see it, really? No, I think I might have to reverse, I'm seeing negative here, so I might have to reverse it. No, no, I can tell I'm confusing myself right here. Just, I know why. It's because I don't have it changed from the open, has to be up. Okay. I know I'm talking to myself. All right, guys, here we go. Yeah, I'll follow this for a while and just see what happens. Meanwhile, Lucy is still running here, guys. Lucy's still running. Holding, I should say holding. It's holding. It hasn't had the big collapse yet. Okay, now this is performing the way I'm thinking it should. There's Beyond Meat. Look at this move for Beyond Meat. I mean, it's only a small percent, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's just showing you. I mean, I talked about this in the pre-market, wondering if it could, I mean, it was having a nice little move in the pre-market. Look at when the market opened, blasting through that high of 2040 now of 3 days ago. I sound like Chris, really? He's got such a, what I call a pretty New York, not a broad one, but pretty New Yorky accent. Look at the market here, guys. Holy smokes. I know some want this market to collapse, but it ain't happening right now. Look at this. There's another one moving, guys. Another high short float percent. Redfin, RDFN. It's a pretty, interesting race. I think what I should do is rename it. You know, there's a way. There we go. Here's Playboy, guys, PLBY, another short float percent of 19%, 31 million in the float. I mean, if they got a hold of this one, that's a, low float, pretty high short float percent. The next highs looking left are 335. And if it took that out, 379. So basically, I could have taken this, I could have actually just taken this one and added that minimum float of 15%. While we're in this sort of a market that there seems to be a focus. I mean, there's always going to be a bit of a focus on that, high short float percent when they start to move. But you can certainly in this race, you don't have to figure out, well, which one is moving. Just use the race and it'll create a top 10 list for you. Like, oh, Amazon. Guys, it's 10:49. This has been an extremely fast morning for me. So my homepage, you want to take part in all this excitement and take out a subscription, you can do it. All right, you click on my homepage link and this is what you're going to find. All right, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. We have the 4 plans. Premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. The annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. And the big difference is the AI, which gave you a couple. Obviously, the 10x did not work out. That's a pretty bad. See, here's the deal, guys. I mean, if you're going to get into a $3.72 stock, have a $3.04 or get in. I mean, there was the alert, and with a 304 stop, no way in the world. Okay, that's why you got to manage these. You got to manage these on your own. People, I don't want to automate the heck out of them, but it's just not the way to go. So here's the AI on the SI. Took it out as in an auto fashion at 1984, basically the entry, but that didn't mean you had to stop watching it. Okay, I use this like a watch list. That's all it is for me, a watch list. It gets automatically generates the alerts. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for them to happen. Nothing happens in the pre-market. Now, you don't have to go on an annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228, you'll get the 15% discount on the first month only. If at any time, though, you want to take out an annual and you're in a monthly, we'll honor that 15% discount. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started first. It'll 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and login, etc. Please do that first. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great little course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together called Trading 101. I really recommend you take a look at this. People are always asking, what do you recommend? How can I start learning how to trade? I think this is a great start. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Did TSN finally trigger? Still didn't trigger. So this is, I think it was 65.95. I think that was the trigger. So it did not trigger. This is free. That doesn't mean it's, it's a bad idea. Maybe next week it'll, if it ever takes out 65.95. But if you sign up for it, this is free, and it sort of gives you an idea. There's an email that comes with it, tells you what the suggested entry is and where your stop could be, why it was decided as a trade of the week. Before people saying it's a terrible trade of the week, it's not terrible. It just didn't trigger. Education. Big education link. Here's our user guide. Here's that getting started again with those 10 videos. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a T window, a top list window is, and the stock racing. You saw me create a stock race right in front of you. I have a lot of other things in the guide, of course. You'll probably eventually want to know how to put a price alert on a chart, maybe sound alerts on your different windows, so you'll know when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to take a look at. Here's that getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in the YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in our Discord and the main trading room. And more educational videos. You want my scans? Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? Here are the 2 races. Here's what I use in the pre-market, actives up and down. You will never, if you use these 2, you'll never miss anything that's moving up and down in the pre-market. Well, 99.99% guaranteed you will not. I was showing you my 10-day daily breakout, super active, but even the 10-day daily breakdown, even on a day like today when the market, well, we've got this, again, the diversion. Now the Dow is starting to, get closer to being positive. The tech stocks the growth stocks are still ripping. So if you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, use my code. The room gets credit. I get some credit, but also if you save my link, you'll have access to my scans at any time. And of course, the big education section. Okay. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about that. The question is, can I set a custom scan in Trade Ideas? So, okay, I showed you the scans that I am sharing. We also have, and I'll get to your custom. I'll get to your custom question. New. If I click on new and then I click on dock channel bar. Now I know you're in the web-based version, but you just have to find. I think don't use the web-based version, but the channel bar will be available. But that doesn't answer your question. But just in general. All these channels that you see here, they're all theme related. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, this is an alert window. And there's DM as an example. Look at DM. Look at DM on the move here. Okay. That's why it's showing up. If you want to see what my scans are looking at and any scan that we've created in any one of these channels, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And that will tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So remember, I mean, we like to differentiate ourselves. A lot of screeners are out there, but we are a real-time scanner. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas, okay? As we call them, the filters. So if the price in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and 50, and the current volume is at least 3, trading 3 times normal up to this time of day, minimum volume 100,000 shares. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, in 5 minutes 400%. That's what gives it the momentum to move. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, a real-time alert. That's what the scanner does. So this is on my homepage, okay, in the scan section. I call it Momo, but it's in essence the same scan. So you can have it there. What I'm trying to show you here, though, is you can go to the different channels and you can take a look at the different scans that we have created. So again, if you saw something that you thought you liked, first do the configure summary and then take a look at what it's looking for. So if you liked it exactly the way we created it, then you just right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Now, by the way, I'm not trying to show you, from A to Z how to use trade ideas. This is an overview. All of this is in the guide. So I don't expect you to remember everything I'm talking about. But once you duplicate it into a free floating window, what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. And just a minute, it popped up onto another monitor that I got. So here it is, free floating. So you can either save it to the cloud as is, or if you say, well, I like the concept, but maybe I want a different price range. Okay, so you click on that icon and here are all the values right here. So I could maybe change it to 10 and 100. Okay, click on the summary. You see now it's changed to 10 and 100. I can say okay. So all I'm trying to say is that if you like it exactly the way we've created it, great. Or you can make some changes before you save it to your cloud. And you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. So the idea now is you can go to the different channels, maybe extract some scans that you might like, and then you can save them to the cloud, and then you bring them back from the cloud one at a time, and thereby creating a layout without actually knowing how to create a scan from scratch. Okay, now to answer your question, Sekou, you can create your own scans, of course. I appreciate that, Afshin. So you can create your own scans, of course. So first of all, when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language, okay, in order to create their scans. So of course we created a lot of scans, but there are different styles of trading out there. So what we did was said, okay, you right click, and again I'm going to click on configure. This time I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, okay, you're right at the top here, the new high of the day, new low of the day, these are the real-time alert icons. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but there's lots and lots of real-time alert icons. And if I scroll down a little bit more, and when I get to these icons, these are our filters, okay? So we feel we've created enough alerts, real-time alerts, and enough filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for, okay? So hopefully that answers your question. Can you create a custom scan? Yes, you can create your own scans. Of course you can. Okay. Now, don't get hung up, not just, just in general. Please don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. But obviously, had to create enough of them because, again, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there. And we feel that, for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan. No, we get emails all the time. Yeah, but I want this, I want that. You know, we if we don't have it, sorry, we don't have it. But again, for the majority of our customers, I think we've got enough alerts and filters. And also, just a word about the channels. When you look at a channel, you might look at this one, this momentum alert window, and if you make a change in here, I'll make a change again to 10 and 100. Okay, click on the OK. So now it has changed to 10 and 100. If you leave the channel and then you come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everyone. All right. So the fact that you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that that's what everybody else wants. But really the idea is not to stay on the channel. Unless you found your favorite channel, you just want to stay on it all day long. That's fine. But really, usually it's a fact that you might want, maybe you want this race, so you don't have to stay on the channel. You just extract it from the channel and then make it part of your layout. So that's what I'm saying. You can make a change here and then save it to your cloud and then bring it back and make it part of your layout. Okay, Sekou, did that answer your question? It's gonna be so exciting for me with this Amazon, guys. I think I'm gonna hold this. I mean, I'm in at 104, a little over 104. I've already traded some out at about the 110 level. So I'm going to hold on, and I know it has earnings after hours. I don't think I can get killed unless it dropped $50 or something crazy. And it could, but I'm just sort of thinking that with Meta yesterday and the market just doing what it's doing, and look at that, getting close to that 200-day moving average. I mean, this is what, and I'm not, listen, I am nowhere, no way trying to say that Amazon's going to do what Meta did. Look at Meta yesterday. You see, there's a 200-day moving average right there, okay, as it was approaching. And then, of course, it had earnings after hours and just exploded, and it's continuing to move. Well, any channel can, well, the momentum channel probably, because it's giving you strong stocks with strong momentum. Seku, there's anything can be a day trading channel. But if you're looking for stocks that are moving right now, the momentum channel is probably where I would start. How's this doing right now? So let's SI. So again, remember guys, the way to use, any race here, and Remember what the racing is all about. So before we had racing, our top lists were used in this fashion. If you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, for instance, as long as you had it as a column, and this is the C percent is the change from the close. So I can double left click and I can see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. There's Lucy right at the top, 170%. Okay. I like looking at the change from the open. So I've got that as a column, change from the open percent. Same thing, Lucy's right up here, 147% from the open. Great news to have perhaps, but how are you going to use it to trade? Especially if, what if this, I don't know, big right here, big was starting to move. It's 12.1% right now, but what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move and now it's 15%, 16%, 18%, 20%? You'd never see that, okay? Unless you were staring, but that'd be a crazy way to have to do it. So that's what the races are all about. I run 4-minute races, and again, this is all customizable. I just like to run a 4-minute race. So I'm 1 minute into this 4-minute race. So what this means with Lucy at 5.32%, that means since the race started, Lucy has moved the most, and I should just tell you one thing, has moved the most in stocks that are between $1 and $50 with at least 200,000 shares traded and up at least 2% from the close. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, it's going to show me the stocks that are moving the most. So again, something could be buried down here. It doesn't matter if it's not the most, if it's the one that's up the most from the open, but if it starts to move, you will see it. Okay. It just happens that Lucy, is still, the one that is up the most from the open, but something else now you don't have to also wait for a race to be over to click on it. You don't have to wait for something to move right to the top. And during the race, you're obviously going to see, well, right now, you're going to see stocks moving up and down like any other race. When the race is over, a winner is declared. And so Lucy has won 8 races today. ELYS has run 2 races, etc. Automatically, a watch list is created for you. Top 10 watch list is created for you. You can watch these stocks all day long. If you're new to trading, this gives you a great focus, okay? So you might say, oh, okay, yeah, but how am I going to use this? Well, let's take a look at Carvana as an example, CVNA. So you might look at this and go, okay, it's not really doing too much right now, but what if it got back over 1880? Would that get you interested? Maybe you put a price alert there. Or, it's already at this, the VWAP is 1752. It's down below it, but what if the price was up above that VWAP? You might put a price alert down here at the VWAP and see if it moves down towards it. Okay, I mean, so again, now you have to understand trading also. I mean, what I'm saying to you, you might say, well, what the heck is the VWAP, and why would it be interesting if it took out these highs? You can practice trading using our simulator. Okay, our simulator uses our real-time data. And all you need is our standard service for that. Now, this race over here might be, if I were new to trading, I might probably maybe focus on this one. This one is definitely more exciting. You're going to see bigger percentage moves, but with bigger percentage moves, you get bigger percentage drops. Okay, this is going to be very very volatile. Well, this one is not going to be as volatile. You rarely like that 1.2% is, in this race is pretty big. You don't generally see big percentage moves here. Why? Because I put a market cap minimum of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay, so you're just not going to get the huge percentage moves. That does not mean you shouldn't be paying attention. I mean, look at Beyond. I don't know how many Beyond Meat won 3 races. This is a great move. And now you might look at this one say, "Oh, okay, I kind of missed that move, too bad. But here's your VWAP. Put a price alert there. Maybe, and if it triggers, you'll be able, you'll have our price alert window, which looks kind of like this, not kind of like this. It looks exactly like this. Okay. And so what happens is when let's just do it. We'll put a, can I do it with the, yeah, let's just put a price alert right at the VWAP. VWAP is 1926. Let's put a price alert at 20. Okay. So there it is. And you'll notice that it shows up at the bottom here, right at the bottom. So what I do is I like to sort on the triggered time column, because what happens is when a price, if this hits, if it gets down to 20, you'll see beyond right at the top. Okay. I also minimize my price alert window. You don't have to have this window open, just minimize it. And then if a price alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen. And you can also put a sound alert on it. Okay, using the actions and all, you can put a sound alert on it. So just in case you've got, like myself, I've got a wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer, and I hear that sound, I have a unique sound for this. I know exactly that it's a price alert. I can come racing back in. Okay. So that's how you can use the top 10 list. Go through them, see what's happening. Here's Snap. Will Snap hold the VWAP? As an example, there's the VWAP at 11:15. What if it holds it and then bounces off it? Well, I'm really warming up to this race I created, guys. This one, the other thing about it is that it's not. Remember now, for a stock to win a race, it doesn't have to be at the high of the day. Remember, these are not new high of the day alerts. These are just changed from the open. So consequently, let's make sure well, like Snap. Well, wait a minute. Let's take a look at LPSN. Okay, so LPSN. I mean, this is not a big percentage move, but it is leading a race right now, but it's not at the high of the day. I mean, it's right here. The high of the day is at 1687. So this can also be used to find pullbacks. People are always looking for pullback. Well, it shouldn't always, but I mean, it's a question we get a lot. And so remember, these are not just stocks that are at the high of the day. They happen to be moving. This stock could be down here and it could be starting to move nowhere near the high of the day. So maybe it's pulled back and then maybe it's in bounce mode. Hank, how about that IMUX? What are you in at? I'm in at 235, which is, I said this yesterday and the day before, and how many days I've been in this? 4 days now? Since Monday? When did Wedbush come out with that? Was it Monday they came out with it? I created this race, large float percent. So the minimum float percent has to be 15%, and then the change from the open. Okay. So you could if you have either of these two races, you can actually add the float percent to it, like duplicate the race and then add the float percent to it. And this is all I'm talking about. Okay, so the show float is at least 15% of the total float, because so to try to identify the ones that might be in action, where the memers are getting hold of these high float percents, minimum of 15, I put. Now, if we start getting too many, maybe you up it to 20%, maybe you put it 25%. It's up to you, but this is a race I created, and you can have it if you want. Was it Monday? Okay, so I guess I've been in it since Monday. So yeah, so if you want it, Doodle Dum, I can give it to you. And you can create your own race. Well, you saw I can create a race based on anything, okay? And you can also create a race on symbols you only want to follow. You may only have you might like to follow 20 or 30 stocks. That's it. That's no problem. You create your top list window and then you create your symbol list with those stocks in and you attach it to your top list window and then you run the race and it'll only look at those stocks as an example. And just so you know, you can use trade ideas with any broker. You can it doesn't matter where you live in the world. There it is, Dan, just underneath. Okay. And as always, guys, you can always make adjustments, okay? The quick way to make an adjustment is go to the gear, okay? Because you may not like that price range. You may not like that minimum volume, as an example, okay? So a quick way to make an adjustment is right here. Or you can go into the advanced, which will bring up, okay, which will actually bring this all up. And then you could add filters that you want. You take ones that you don't want maybe out. Maybe you want to make that 50 million in the float. I mean, it's completely, I just created this on the fly. Okay. Any way to figure out commission per trade? Well, your broker will tell you. I mean, every brokers are different. I mean, some are no commission. Interactive Broker is a hundred. I think it's a half a cent a share. So I mean, your broker will tell you that, no till. Because every broker is different. You know, just one moment, please. Okay, guys. So Torps, you're an all-time user, so the races start off from a top list window, okay? I mean, I've never actually started it from a new race here, to be honest. I've never really, so I don't even know what it would say. Yeah, I guess they've got some here. Okay, I see what they've done here. What I would do, because you know how to use Trade Ideas, I would start off with a top list window. This is all this race is based on. Open the top list window, okay? So create your top list window with the filters that you want, a price range, maybe a minimum volume. This is what this race is based on. $150, 200,000 shares minimum, excuse me, up 2% from yesterday's close, okay? But of course, you can customize it exactly the way you want it. And then the trick then, and I like to see from the change from the open, but just give me a moment. The races, you can base a race on any column header that you have. So you notice I've got the change from the open percent. I've also got the change from the close. I've got relative volume. So if you wanted to see stocks with increasing relative volume, you could do that also. Okay. Because once you've got your top list set, then you just right click and launch the real-time stock race. And here's where and it's all in the guide, okay? So this is your basic setup, how many minutes you want it to run. I like 4 minutes, but some might like 5, some might like 1 minute. I know Jamie runs 1 minute races, some run 10. The race lanes, what that is going to do is going to show, that'll tell me how many stocks I'm going to have in here. Look at Beyond. Now, did Beyond come back down to a price? Yeah, so Beyond, see what happened? So you might look at this, such as you, Torps, but anybody? Okay, there's Beyond. What is it going to do at its VWAP? Is it going to hold it? Or is it going to crash right through it? Um, and now this is a drop down based on, see, this is a drop down. So if I hit that little down arrow, see how I have the different columns here. So I could run my race based on any one of these columns. I like to change from the open. And then just use delta value because I want to see the biggest change, delta. I want to see the biggest change at the top. Replace symbols means, as a stock starts moving up, it'll replace the one on top of it and then the one on top of that, etc. It'll just kind of like that. Auto rerun. I think that's probably a standard thing. When a race is over, I want the next one to start. Okay. And then auto start at time. I like to start my race at 9:30 when the market opens. Anybody else? You want to start your race, right when you get up? That's fine. But so it is customizable, and that's it. But all of this is in the guide. If you go to our user guide and go to stock racing, there are several videos. Okay, because I don't, and people listening to me, they might go, "Wow, it went so fast." I'm not trying to, the guide's there for a reason. And then you just launch the race, and it automatically creates that nice top 10 list for you. Yes. Okay. So a couple of questions, one from our YouTube room. Let me answer that one first. So in order to zoom in and out of a chart, left click on the chart that you want to do this. So left click. I'm going to left click on the daily chart for Beyond Meat. Okay. I'm going to left click on it, just telling the system what chart I'm in, and then I Control key pressed down on my keyboard. Keep it pressed down. And then with my scroll wheel on my mouse, okay, I just scroll in and out with the control key pressed down on my keyboard. But the first step is just, left click on the chart just so Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in. And as far as the link to the guide is concerned, okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I just put underneath and you click on that, okay, you'll be brought scroll down, go to the education section right here, click here, education section. Click on here's the user guide right there. And this is what I was saying, stock races right here. Click on that. And we've got, I think, 4 videos, the race startup configuration. Okay. That's why I'm saying I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm saying, but that's why I think we have an excellent user guide now. Excellent. So owner, did you understand what I was saying about zooming in and out of a chart and answer your question? This is somebody in our YouTube room. What a star Lucy has been. I'm not in this one, never got in it. I could have probably had an entry right around here if I'd been paying a lot of attention, but lots of doing a lot of explaining today, which is absolutely fine. Look at this short float percent for 8 EGHT. So we have 45 minutes when the market opened. That's not right. And when the market opened, so we had a little bit of a drop, but boy, complete recovery. Now we're just basing. So how to use this window called Brokerage Plus as in simulation mode. It's so important to practice trading, guys, before you actually commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. All right, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus, and there are 2 videos in that link. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. I don't use it, okay? I trade from within Interactive Brokers. And unfortunately, right now, racing should be coming to the web pretty soon by Brokerage Plus. But right now, Racing and Brokerage Plus is not available if you are using the web-based version. Now, the second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail how you can use it, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, okay? You notice this trade here, AI, this was taken, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, maybe even last week. I kept it in. And so this is how you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Simulator is really simple to use. I'm going to click on a symbol. Oops. Moment. Gonna have to reload it. Sometimes it does that. Okay, no problem. I just reload it. And to get Brokerage Plus up and running, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. I'm going to add one column here. Oops. Okay, so now we're back. So when you click on a symbol, the symbol will show up in the box. Now you can pick how many shares. Now, let me back up. Sorry. Because when you load Brokerage Plus for the first time from our toolbar, again, just click on New, Brokerage Plus. You might have different columns and all, but of course you can add and subtract any columns you want. But it'll probably say, it should say not connected. And all you do is click on Sim underneath. There's two options underneath Brokerage Plus. Click on Sim, and then it'll change to account. Click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator, okay? And now all you have to do is just click on an alert. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, what price you want to get in at. I'll take a look at taking a trade later on. So Spinity, I mean, you can use first of all, just to identify though, something that is gapped up more than 70% in the pre-market. Now, are you talking about at the opening print, or are you talking about at any time now during the day? I mean, that's real simple. I mean, that's just a change from the close. And put minimum of 70% if that's what you want. I mean, and after that, you just, whatever price range you want, but I mean, change from the close. Oops. Okay, so the change, oops, let me just get here, change from the close percent. So you use that filter. Oops, sorry, change from the close percent. Use that filter, add the filter, and put a minimum of 70%. Okay, in the pre-market. Well, if it has to be an alert window, you're going to need a trigger. I mean, I don't know why you want to, why it has to be an alert window. Why not just use a topless window? I mean, like I do. Because the problem with using an alert window is that You need a filter, you're only gonna see it if it makes a new high, a pre-market high. Okay, if you're satisfied with that, because if I show you this one, so this is what I use, okay? This is what I use in the pre-market. So my gap up will do that. I could put a minimum of 30%, 30% or 70%, okay? I could do that here. I don't, but I could. May not get very many. I mean, that, obviously it's a huge gap, but then you need a trigger. So, I mean, if I use that filter, so if I put 70%, it's got to be up. See, where am I now? Yeah, if I use 70% here, I mean, I don't know how many alerts I'm going to get, but then the stock would have to make a new high in the pre-market. Well, that's the only way you can do it, Spinity. Okay, so all you have to do is just change that to 70, and that'll do it. But then you're relying on the stock to make a new high, and you would see it over and over again. Every time it made a new high, you would see it over and over again. Okay, so I could give you this one, the gap up, and then all you have to do is just change it to 70%. And maybe a different whatever price range you want. In this one, it's like 50 cents and $65. Volume is 50,000. I mean, you can make the adjustments, but that would be right there, the stock. You put the gap at, I mean, that's going to be a massive gap, but that'll be 70%. I don't know why though. I mean, I would still use this. I mean, the change from the close, that's what I do every morning. And I can see the one. So you could put, if you wanted to, you could put 70% minimum right there. You probably won't see very many. I mean, the only one that making it right now is Lucy. I mean, there's not too many stocks gapping up 70%. But I mean, I can give you this and you can just change it to 70% and see what happens. So do you want it? Yes, free game. Yes, you can create your own. It's if you go to the user guide. Just give me a moment. Okay, if you click on the user guide, okay, so this is what you'll see initially. I always forget to tell people you have to scroll down. And then when you go to the user guide, click on the education section and click on the user guide. And then where it says symbol list, where does it say that? Got to read. Where are you? I can't see it. I know it's here. I just, sorry, I'm just, oh, watch list. That's what yeah, it should, I'm so used to calling it a symbol list. I wish it were anyway, watch list. So click on watch list and that's going to show you how you can create your own watch list. and then attach it to, really? You couldn't figure it out? Okay, well, let's just do one. What time is it now? 11:41. Okay, I can quickly run through it. So to create your own symbol list, you might have to write this down. I'm sure it went, well, okay. Click on tools and then symbol lists. Okay. And then it's going to say create new. Give it a name. Let's call it Free Game TV. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Okay. So there it is, Free Game TV. You can see it was added. So now what I want to do though is click on it, edit the list because there's nothing in it. Now I can copy and paste or type these in. Have they made a change here? Just anyway. And so let's just put a couple of symbols in. I'll just put Macy's in, okay? Okay. So here's your symbol list. Oh, Free Game TV. You've put what all the symbols that you want in there. Okay, so there it is. Next, if I've created a top list window, I'll use a top list, but it could be an alert window. And now I right click, configure, symbol lists. Now, you've got to be able to move it over into this left-hand column. Okay, so when it says add existing list, you click on it, and then this would probably be, I mean, if you haven't created very many, you'll see it immediately. There you are, Free Game TV. I click on it, and now it moves over. There you are, Free Game TV, okay? And this is a drop-down menu, only like the default is all symbols, but you can say only the following lists, and then you just check it. I would just check Free Game TV, say okay a couple of times, and then that symbol list will get attached to either the top list window or the alert window that you started it from. Okay, so I mean that's now the only issue is now is to edit the list. Okay, because from time to time, of course, you probably, well, the list will show up here. Okay, so at this point, the symbols are linked to your charts if you want them to be. Okay, I mean, so if you don't put any filters in here, you'll see your entire list. You can just, well, you can put some filters in. You may not want to see something that's only treated one share. Okay, but you will see your symbols here. If you've attached it to the top list or your alert, especially your top list window, you will see them. So you can't just create a symbol list and then on its own, click on the symbols that are in the symbol list and expect to see charts. You have to attach the symbol list to, in your case, probably a top list window or an alert window. And the only other thing is to edit it. So you'd have to go back to the tools, symbol lists, click on it, and then edit the list again. Whoops. There you are. Edit the list, and then you can make your edit right there and then say okay. And then again, once it's attached to your top list window, all that edit will take place. I think the trick is, I know people are used to, let me get rid of you, sorry. Like you're used to maybe seeing something like almost like an Excel list of stocks, and you just click on it and you see. Yeah, you have to attach the list to a top list window or an alert window. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm still, I mean, it's far enough away. I won't hold it through earnings, but you know, we're talking February 23rd, so it's 3 weeks away. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so 11:48, what a fast morning. I am assuming it's going to be Steve. I'm just going to check to make sure it's Steve. Yes, it is Steve. Okay, I don't even have to ask him. He's confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room. Oh yeah, Steve, I hope he shows up. Guys, I mean, short interest, short float percent, okay? It's just semantics. We have somebody wondering about short interest and short float percent. We call the short float percent is the short interest, okay? That's the percentage. There's your float, and you know, I agree. I wish you know the percent should be there, but it says it's right there, so there's no point in arguing. Yeah, so I don't use EMAs at all, Matt. So 5 minute chart. Well, look at the goose, guys. The goose is getting thumped. So advice in determining if and when you miss your entry point. Yeah, so I don't use the 9 EMA. Oops, but ALGN. Are you talking about miss your entry point on going long or going short? I mean, it's, you know, I really can't, I don't know how I can help you. This is the 10 SMA right there, but we don't have alerts for EMA. So, you know, unless you saw it on the chart, I mean, you can put the nine, you can put the 9 EMA on a chart, okay, on the 5 minute chart, but we don't have an alert for it. So it would be a matter of seeing it. So are you saying that if it broke through the 9 EMA, that's when you'd want to be able to take the trade? I mean, the problem again is that we don't have an alert like that. So, but I could put the EMAs on the chart. And so if you got an alert for it and then you said, oh man, okay, it's at the 9 EMA, I want to take the trade. I don't trade like that, but I mean, if that's what you are talking about, you know, are you talking about something that was above the 9 EMA and then it came into it? and then it held, and then you would want to take the trade. Oh, ALGM, sorry. ALGM? Why is it not showing up on my 15? Hmm, Here we go. Yeah, so I mean, if you had, so again, we don't have an alert for it, so you can't create a scan that's going to show you. But I mean, if you had, if ALGM was in, triggered in another way, and you clicked on it, and you had the night EMA on your 5 minute chart, and you like what you saw, well, you could say right here, it was holding the VWAP right there, and it seemed to be holding it. So maybe there's an argument to be made. You could have taken the trade around 39 and let it run to 41, I guess. Or at this point, maybe you put an alert down here at the VWAP or the 9 EMA, if you put the 9 EMA and on the chart, and you could put a price alert, on the chart, and if it ever hit that, then you'd know about it. Though, the 9 EMA and the VWAP does change, of course, but there's no way to create an alert for it. Okay, we don't have EMAs on alerts. Steve, who's going to be in our YouTube room really soon. I mean, he's a big proponent of the, he's got one called the jam down to the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So that blue line is the 10 SMA, and so and he has an alert for that, like a top list or an alert window. I can't remember what that'll show you stocks that are near the 10 SMA. So if you could find if you found something that was sort of equivalent to the 9 EMA that you felt as our, I don't know how close the 10 SMA is to the 9 EMA in terms of, I could put it on my chart, but you could find stocks that are going down into it, maybe bouncing off it. But other than that, I don't know how to help you. Oh man, I hope you're in the room. This guy who's been arguing with us, he went from looking at short interest to he wants the borrowing rate. That's not the same. Not even close. Well, like anything else, Matt, I mean, you can, if you catch them early enough, I guess, but yeah, you probably, I mean, if a stock is already run, then you probably want to wait for some kind of a pullback to either one of those averages or the VWAP or something like that. Or even if a stock is run and it's at the high, but maybe it's consolidating well, and then it breaks out to a new high. And if you look left and you see lots of room, then you can still take the trade, even though it is, at the high of the day. It's just that I would never take a trade, if it's, you're looking at 3 or 4 or 5 15-minute candles straight up or 5-minute candles straight up. No, I'm not going to chase it. Mr. Mike C in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do right now is I just want to put my or the YouTube link in. Steve is going to be in the room any moment now. Give me a moment. All right, and now I'm going to put my announcement in. Okay, guys, so what is 11:57 right now? So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up, and then I'll take my break. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute in Discord and the main room, okay? And just wait for Steve to show up. And you guys in YouTube can still hear me, I know that. Look at Carvana, guys. It will not give up completely. Carvana is starting to crawl back. There's the there's the VWAP 1747. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. Let's see if that holds and maybe lifts from there. Got as high as almost $20. There he is, Mr. Steve Gomez himself.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Wow,
I can definitely hear you.
Pressed all the right buttons in all the right order this time. There's nothing left to do. Good.
Well, you've definitely been pressing some guy's button. I wonder if he's going to be in the room.
Yeah, I'm not going to reply anymore. I'm done replying.
Yeah.
There's a game of semantics going on here, and short float, short interest, whatever you want to call it. I'm just gonna let the other guys handle that one.
Right.
I'm not in the mood to be argumentative with somebody today. So anyhow, how's it going over there?
It is going great. What a more a continuation yesterday. Interesting, when the market opened, we had those three 15-minute candles. That could have been a wonder, but look what happened after that. I mean, just absolutely exploded. It's amazing. It truly is amazing. Now, Steve, you will love this. I might be swinging Amazon through earnings.
Oh my! Through earnings? Oh my gosh!
I know. Well, I bought it yesterday at 104. Okay, I had been waiting for the 100 break, and I didn't even realize it had broke a 100 a couple of days ago. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to break it. I would take it, especially when the market was ripping. And so I did trade some out at 110. Okay, so I'm going to hold the balance, and I'm going to hold it through earnings and see what happens. I haven't gone crazy on it or anything like that, but I don't think I can get hit too hard because I've already taken $6 out of it. So.
Oh, good. The only thing I see there on my screen is it's slamming into the 200-day, but today.
Yes, but look at Meta. Look at Meta yesterday.
Okay, no, it just didn't even disregarded it altogether.
Absolutely,
Yeah, that's surprising. Yeah.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
There's a lot of people out there that I think were on leveraged shorts, margin shorts. Even Michael Burry said sell everything, and then he deleted his tweet. So there's some pain out there today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Thankfully, it's not me. I'll talk about some of the trades I've been making with the guys here. So
sure.
I'll see you when you get back. I'm
How
normal.
you
I'm back to
feeling?
100%.
Oh,
100%.
good for you.
Yeah.
Again, the same thing, right? You've got a meeting
I
at
got
one
the dev
o'clock,
meeting. Yeah,
so
from here on out. Meeting, meeting,
okay,
meeting.
I'll try to be here 10 to or so.
Thanks.
Let you get off early.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Enjoy. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, the flavor of the day was off of the Fed spike yesterday. Again, we'll use the SPY. The Qs are off the charts, but a Fed day is not a Fed day until we make a new low and then a new high in the SPY. This is just why it's very difficult to jump into things when the Fed news comes out. You know, if you're getting whipsawed and just caught up in a whitewash of currents by doing that, I think one of the things that you have to remember on Fed Day is that there's usually a reaction and then there's a reaction to the action. And it's that second move that usually sticks. I mean, sometimes the market might spike up, and then once Jerome Powell starts talking, and then it just finishes the day off down. But in this case, the opposite. We made a new low, got people short, and then just ripped back up. It's just typical for a Fed day to reverse. New high, new low. Go with the second direction, not the first. That's some advice that I would love to instill on people because I've seen it many, many times. So yeah, here we are. Market, no reason to be short this thing. 410 was a big level to be taken out. We took that out handily, pretty much overnight here, or actually at the close yesterday, held the 410, and now we're over it. Really no bear case to be made in the general markets now. The only thing is we go back to the Qs, we could be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. It's a pretty good stretch here the last 2 days. And in my opinion, a lot of times big momentum moves in the market will last a day and a half. You get about a day and a half to catch the best of you can because people start taking profits and start looking to put profits, you know, not give back what's been given. And whether or not that's going to happen here in the NASDAQ and the Qs in the market, I don't know. But what we will do is we will use the momentum guide. So as long as the price is above the 10 SMA, we are in momentum mode. But when I look at the daily, we've had a pretty good pop. We're in a day and a half now. We're approaching the second half of the day. This is where you want to watch for a closing candle under the rising moving average. And that will signify the end of the momentum until the market resets itself. So that's really what I'm watching. I'm not short a single thing. Let's move on to the absolute frustration. I don't know if Patrick's here yet. Maybe I should wait for Patrick to show up. But you know, silver just never always continues to disappoint. It's just impossible to see a trend going up like this and see so many days where we gap up and then just get slammed with a giant red candle. You can see a few of them here. But my thesis remains present. All right, so my thesis remains intact, Patrick. The 50 SMA is still holding up this market. This is your typical JP Morgan, Bank of America bullshit. Create thin paper out of air and try and bring the price back down. I'm not falling for it. We very well could even see a reversal back up into the mid-range today. But, you know, this is not a trade for me. This is a end game. So I've got a portion of my 401k resting in PSLV. I'm going to be upset if it closes below the rising 50. That's going to bother me. But for now, we're still intact. It's just this intraday overnight gap up and then sell in open bullshit. It's just driving me nuts. Same thing happening in TGB. I've been really trying to sit in this one. And look at that nice candle yesterday, only to be reversed and kicked in the face today. So these metals, whether it's copper, gold, or silver, are extremely hard to trade. I've literally been sitting in this TGB through this entire consolidation period. My entry is down here, but I'll tell you what, if we start testing yesterday's lows again, I'll probably just take my profits. But yeah, you know, this is my basis down here, and I was really hoping for a backstop 20 SMA to help push the price higher, but this is just really, really depressing to see this type of action with everything else doing well. I got another one for you. As we last spoke, BEAT, B-E-A-T. I said this is a crazy stock that I'm into, and I'm just going to hold it and see what happens. But I want to show you how I get out of trades that are not working. All right. No, it's not that day. It's this day. So I was basically flat in this thing. And I started looking at this and going, why am I sitting here thinking, you know, that I'm right. I could be, but I'm probably very early. The market's not getting it. The trading action is not getting it. It's below all moving averages. Now, the 10 SMA came down here in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And as I've often told you guys, as a swing trader, I make my risk management decisions at the end of the trading day. So with 5 minutes to go and the end of the trading day on beat, I said, I'm not sticking around. The chart is not confirming my story. My story might be right. I just might be very early, like Michael Burry was in 2008. But I can't take these types of stock charts home. So I sold all of it at the close, all right, just like I normally do. And I was pretty darn happy that I did, because you could just see it brewing. I mean, there's only so many days you can sit here below these moving averages pushing down before they're going to run the stops. And I'll be damned if I'm going to be one of these people. Oh, crap. If I'm going to be one of those people that gets run out on that rundown, and it's still trending lower. So I've totally divorced myself from the story of that stock because the technical chart told me to. All right, now I've got to figure out what to do with this thing. I guess I'm going to have to move my note down to the actual lows there. And if it tests the lows, I'm going to basically watch the price action. And if it just can't do anything, I'm just going to cut this thing for a small winner. I just, gave it everything I could. I really thought yesterday we'd have a push off of that nice green candle with a tail, but nope. The metals continue to confound me and others. All right. Was heavy in miners yesterday. Yes. You're doing it right, Patrick. You're trading the jump rope, whereas I'm positioned for an end game. So we're in different time frames. And as long as you can figure out that you can't stick around in this stuff very long, and that appears to be the case, then bravo, good on you for taking profits and scalping them out. I'm just not that patient. Also, I can't day trade my 401k, so that's where all that stuff is sitting. I have another account that I can day trade in. Yeah, good job. BB Swing, are you bullish on the market? Yes, I'm. For now, I'm not. Let me just put it this way: I'm not bearish. Okay, I'm bullish because we're back now above all moving averages. All roadblocks have been taken out. The Q's blasted through the 200-day the last 3 days. So we're back above all moving averages. I call this clean air. So there's really no reason to be bearish. Now, am I bullish, thinking that I need to go full margin, that we're going to pop back up here to 350? I don't know if that's in the cards, but, to answer your question, I'm certainly not bearish. So we'll leave it at that. Oh boy, this TG, that's just ugly. I don't get that type of price action. Really annoying. Okay, so here's the fun one. Let's talk about this one now. I'm going to walk you guys through the trade. Swing traders. A lot of people say, well, how do you know what to swing trade? And one of the first things I do is I point to my short float scan. This is sorted by short float. We'll go through a few of these names, but let's look at SI. I've noticed SI has been on this chart, on the scan, with a 76% short the float. That's insane. That's Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop type stuff. So I've been watching it. And then yesterday, I'll just reverse here. Yesterday, right about there, perfect. We have our trade gap, so it's kind of hard to see. But yesterday, Andy kind of nudged me and he goes, going long SI. Hadn't thought about it, but I looked it up and I said, oh yeah, this thing does look ready. It was sitting above its daily intraday moving average there. We had a reversal kind of going here in the daily chart. Look more like that, and then a bit of that, but then it moved higher yesterday, as we can see. So what I want to talk about here to the traders is, how did you find it? I found it by not losing track of it. We'll talk about Carvana next, same thing, and I had a trade in that. But this one, I can honestly tell you guys, I literally have zero regrets on the way I've been trading this. Zero regrets. I'll tell you why. So I got my full load yesterday, right there at 15. carried it into the close as the market was strong and it was moving higher. And I said, well, we might get some follow through tomorrow. We might get a nice gap up because it's a giant short flow. Can you imagine being short 76% and you don't want to get caught behind these people trying to get out? That's what a short squeeze is. So knowing that SI has been on this chart forever, I've got it on my watch list. I might have lost track with it here and there, but Andy was the one, thankfully, who nudged me. And since I pulled it up and fuck, literally pulled it up as he did. Okay, so there's a bit of a wick there, bounced off. I'm going to go one more step and just kind of keep an eye on this thing. And I might have to manage that. So back to SI. We got the nice follow through that we wanted. And then I said to myself, okay, I had a full load, giant gap up this morning. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1/3 off right at the open market. So 1/3 was taken off right at the open. Then I looked left. Over here looking left, above 22, 23, 22.30, around that area, was this level back from a few weeks ago. So like as Barry says, look left, perfect spot to ditch my second lot. Second lot was right about there. And now I have a remaining 1/3 lot. So I have paid myself 2/3 of this trade. And now I'm not touching it. I'm going to let this thing work. Why am I going to let this thing work? Well, let's go down to Carvana. Same thing happened in Carvana. Way back here, I saw it. It was on my list. I knew it had a high short float. Grabbed it, took it home the next day, and just faded out of it and got out here at the 50-day moving average. I was happy with that move. And then I thought, oh, that was a pretty good trade. And then all of a sudden, this thing came back to life. So the short squeeze is back in play, as evident of SI, Carvana. The short sellers feel like they've probably really overextended their welcome. And so that puts a green light back on the short squeeze trade. And again, I probably did the same thing back there. Probably sold a little bit on the open and then faded out into the rest of the day. But I used that 50 as my entry. So I've been using the short squeeze on some of these plays, but I'm only really focused on the ones here in the dark green, because these are the most shorted of all of them. So let's go back to SI here. And again, I've got 1/3 left, not a care in the world. The emotions are completely gone from this trade because I have taken 2/3 off and paid myself. But now I've got the moving average, 10 SMA, pretty much holding this thing higher. The shorts might be ready for another possible round of squeezing, but I'm not planning on getting out of this thing because, again, when I look at Carvana, maybe this thing has a bit more to go than anybody ever would have imagined. Carvana has 59% short. So the 1/3 is a trailing short. Not going to sell it. The only way I would sell it is if it broke some of the daily moving averages, which are way down here. So that's my favorite style of trading. It's a perfect way to swing scalp, I call it. It's like surfing. Patrick can relate. You watch the surfers, maybe Patrick surfs, but paddle out, you position yourself, you take the trade, you take the wave, do a couple turns, bail out the back door, and position yourself for the next trade. That's my most ideal way of using the capital in my account. Because if you stick around too long, then you just, like TGB, that's tied up capital. I can't use that. It's not moving for me. So that's my thoughts on SI. It's one of my better trades. It's been a week maker for sure, but this is a great opportunity me for now, because it's even sometimes hard for me, guys, to hold on to that last third. Think about AMC and Game and Carvana and some of these names, Bed Bath & Beyond. If you'd have just held on to that one last third and not just gotten greedy. I got greedy with the first 2/3, but this third, its job is to just work for me. All right. BB, are you chasing up here? I've pretty much been fully invested coming into today, so I'm kind of in profit-taking mode. If you're talking about the 200-day in a retest of the 200, are you chasing up here? Would you want oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, chasing is never good, no matter what the angle, your spin or mental gymnastics you want to put on chasing. You're always going to be chasing. Worst thing is you might get lucky chasing, and then that starts to ingrain. That's a good dopamine release for your brain, and then you keep doing it, and then eventually you realize it's a bad idea, because anytime you chase, you're literally just asking to ride back down to the reversion to the mean. And I would rather be a buyer at the reversion to the mean than be a chaser slash hoper, because that's really what you are. It's all about the entry. If you can find a good entry coming out of consolidation, then you ride that and then fade it. The chasers, honestly, they're the retail FOMOs. They're fear of missing out. There's probably people chasing. They're looking at Meta right now and going, "Oh my God, I've got to buy it now," after it's already jumped 25%. Maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not, but the gap up pretty much did the damage to the shorts. I would probably expect some consolidation. So here's what I would look for. Not so much the 200-day BB, but watch what happens in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's obviously our leader. And so this is the 10 SMA. So maybe we get this, and on Monday, you open up, or Tuesday, you open up the market, and we're back here right on the rising 10 SMA. That's a point in time in which I think you can start to build positions. I wouldn't be chasing the market up here. I might be wrong because there's so many shorts that still might squeeze out, but in my mind, this is a chase, and a chase is never a good idea, no matter what it is. All right. Terrible Trader, great name. Down, okay. So you're down 5%. Took puts before Fed yesterday. Okay. So you're kind of along the lines of the other people that are trapped here. Again, for you, if you're looking for direction, what you need is a intraday break here of the 10 SMA to signal that the momentum carryover might be abating. Whether or not we get that, I don't know. I can't predict, but that's what I watch for. So if that were my predicament, if we went back to highs, I would probably just have to take my beating, but I would be hoping that we can at least break this momentum line and you can salvage something out of that. Okay, so in light of the short squeezes, let's go through them. We might find something. Already in that one. I'm not going to chase Carvana. That would be a chase. I mean, even yesterday, riding that moving average, I still felt like, whoa, still a pretty good move. But what this does to me, though, right? This, yeah, I missed out on that, but that's telling me that that is possible in this. So I got this blue line up here. You can see right around 28. I mean, I see no reason why SI couldn't get to 28. I'm not saying buy it now, but again, for me, it's much easier to hold on to because that last third is an unemotional chunk of my position. Okay, so we've looked at Carvana. We won't chase that. So here we go. We've got Mara, Bitcoin stock at 44%. The daily chart, there could be some meat on this bone. It could want to go up here and test this 200-day. So I might keep an eye on this. I might just prop a price alert in there close to highs and see if the thing tries to regain and reverse. So we're using the 1-2 punch here of the idea generator, which is the short scan, and then the activator, which is the the price alert. To me, that's a chase. Not interested in a chase. Maybe I'll pull it up in a couple days and it's consolidating. It's another chase. And you can see, look at how these last two, Mara included, got under that moving average, the 10 SMA. Now it's trapped. It's spent an hour and it can't get back above that lid of the 10 SMA. So the momentum is likely broken on that one. Momentum is flirting on this one, probably just close to breaking. Beyond, same thing. We closed below. Now we're underneath the 10 SMA and we're wearing it like a hat. Can't get back above it. MicroStrategy. All right. Well, really nice consolidation. Let me tell you this. If we would looked at MicroStrategy back here and saw that consolidation and that little break right there, that might have been a really nice entry. Anywhere mid 260 there. And then boom, we're getting a short squeeze on MicroStrategy, given it's a $300 stock. Yeah, I'm not expecting too much consolidation on here today because the market has gone nuts. right, it appears Mr. Short Interest is still arguing with us, so that's a lot of fun. Are you in here, Mohammed? Yeah, definitely, Sam. I definitely intended to share that. I'll share it now. We'll keep going through it. And I'll just drop the actual cloud code, no description, but there it is for anybody who wants it. Okay, EVGO broke its momentum line. Oh, looking left, it actually tagged its 200. Look at that. This is why I get very nervous about things running up to the 200. That's why I pointed that out to Barry on the Amazon earnings gamble. Yeah, Meta blasted through it, but gaps are easy to blast through. So earnings could work, but just something that's trading on its own and moves higher, 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 and kisses the 200-day. That's a level to take something off right there. That's what I like to do: is look left and see where the areas of interest are, and then transpose it to the intraday. The point being is this SMA has rolled over and we can't get back above it. So the momentum may have been dying. As you can see, it kind of bolsters my theory here of the day and a half, right? The market hasn't done it, but a lot of these trades, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. A lot of these trades are starting to do that. Day and a half, dying out. Day and a half, dying out. So we really are here kind of on the day and a half number, and it makes me not want to chase anything or buy. Verve hitting the 200. There's no reason to chase that. Well, this could be interesting. Allo is still kind of consolidating, therapeutic, biotech, diagnostic. Not always my favorite sector, but what I might do, I'll just pop a little price alert there close to highs. And if this thing tries to get back through those levels, it might become a symbol of interest. So this is not something that I've really done a lot, a month ago, because a month ago the market was under pressure, but now we have a whole different backdrop. UPST, probably going to run out of steam here again. The day and a half curse is probably going to catch up to that one. Day and a half curse here. So that's really where we are at the moment. The second part of a big day yesterday, starting to watch people take profits on things. Okay, so the scan was shared there. Let's check in on my hot stock. TGB is not working, not helping. We've already tested yesterday's lows once. It's probably going to come down and test it again. I'm going to have to wait and see what happens on the second test. Sometimes the second test will reverse, or sometimes the second test will bleed through. If it bleeds through, I'm just going to mark it out of the whole position. I don't need this aggravation. PSLV changing its tune. Yeah, barely. But again, I'm giving the 50-day moving average my backstop. All right, let's see. As we get back down here, there's still some more names with high short floats, but as you can see, they're all a chase. Not chasing anything, but if you want that scan, grab that code there, and then just keep this visible, and then focus on these names. I wound up creating two price alerts, one in Mara, and what was the other one? Was it Edit? Oh, I can't remember. It wasn't Upstart. Allo and Mara. I put two price alerts in. So it's part of my routine now that we are having kind of a short squeeze setup. So this is kind of a go-to window for me. I really don't have anything that just pops up and says, buy me now. It's usually me stalking it, watching it, setting price alerts, watching the market, watching the sector, and then pouncing when I feel like pouncing. I don't just idiot trade. I don't mean to say it's an idiot trade, but I don't black box trade where you just sit there and punch buttons based on what the program's telling you. Some people do, but that's not my ideal. All right. Done a lot of talking. Anybody have anything they want to steer towards or look at or talk about? Any charts you want to look at? Few other names I'm in. Very low priced EV play. 34 cents. Well, 38 cents now, but this one's working for me. Happy with that one. I'm also in Rum. That's looking pretty good here. Rumble. A big user of the product. And this chart, look at the nice consolidation. Look at the 10 SMA guiding this thing higher. I want to be in this, and I'm in this thing in 2 different accounts. Okay, so now we watch. Now we just watch and see what's going to happen here. What I might have to do is just drop a 167 stop in there so I don't have to play around. But my concern is the algos are back to testing yesterday's low here on a second test. That was the first test, last candle, second test. So something's probably going to happen here. Either the second test is going to hold or the second test is going to fail. And if it fails, my concern is there'll be a pretty big 3-cent whoosh. But I think I'm going to have to just book my profits on this one using a stop. So you guys are going to have to give me a second here. I got 2 accounts I got to do this in. Sorry. But this is real life, trading. How do you manage losers? This is how I'm going to manage. It's not a loser. It's a winner. It's just not following through. It's a winner in both my accounts, but I was trying to get more. All right, so stop market 167. That one is set. And let me set my other one here in Schwab. TGB. So stop 1.67. And both stop orders are in, and that's how I'm going to exit. That's how I'm going to exit this trade. Hello, Doodle Dumb. So, okay, so my decision has been made. There's no need to sit here and just lament on what's happening or could happen or might happen. I've made my decision. It's time to move on. Book meager profits as opposed to wanting bigger profits. CRDO, really nice. It's still holding a nice push higher. It basically broke out yesterday. So my only concern is that we've got, pretty much 3 really good days. I'm more interested when these things are down here off the moving average. If you're asking me to jump in here, well, I would say that it's a bit of a chase, and your biggest concern is that people start to want to take profits. But what you have going for you is the 10 SMA still holding the market higher. So even if you did take a chance here, your limit would be the first close below that moving average. Now, if you're already in it, what I would do is be looking left, and a lot of clearance there. Look at that. So that's a big pivot. 17, call it 18. So ideally, 18 should be pretty good support in this thing. Not much of a short float. And what do we got here? Semiconductor. Okay, so it's a technology semi. AMD, certainly a nice one. Not a bad looking chart. It just depends, Doodle Dumb, on where your entry is or what your time frame is, and things like that. I say don't go look at it, but I do. All right, so I'm in this one. I love the daily breakout. Technically, it's got the day and a half thing going here. It's kind of struggling under its SMA. Let me look at this one. Do I want to take some off here? No, I'm going to be a greedy pig. All right. The chat window is open. Whoever wants to chime in, I'm happy to look at charts like we just did with CRDO, or you want to talk about trading. The races today, I'm not playing the races at all today. I'm too busy and I don't have as much buying power as I want. But if I go through these, is there anything interesting? I know, Jennifer, rules are made to be broken. Sometimes I can't help myself. So the races here, is there any, SI already in that one? No need to worry about that. As I talked about, my trailing 1/3 stop is not bothering me emotionally because I've taken 2/3 off and I've satisfied the emotion demons. That's kind of a new issue. Might have to keep an eye on that one if it gets going. I might put an alert in that one just because it's an interesting new issue to follow. I think I missed this one. Kind of interesting. What do we got here? Financial service investment activities. For whatever reason, that one's on the races. When I do play these races, I pick maybe 1 or 2 as a day trade. And if it works, then it becomes an overnight hold and then fade out the next day. But ideally, and I've done videos on this and I've talked a lot about it, I'm looking around the sweet spot. It's an hour ago, about 11:30 Eastern, as we approach the midday. Some of these movers, and if it's day number 1 for their move, it's not day number 2, but day number 1, I'll try and set some price alerts or look for a pullback, an intraday pullback, just like I talk about on the daily. Don't want to chase the 15-minute candle, but if it pulls back and consolidates, I might be interested for a day trade or a possible overnight hold. In hindsight, looking at today's names, I don't really see a whole lot that would have been interesting. Anyway, I see some questions. I assume you were saying I said not to look at the symbol once I did it, and you're calling me out on that. If not, tell me what I did wrong. Terrible. Do you have a selective day trading setup for trading ideas that incorporates volume and VWAP? So I kind of just went over it. Yeah, if I'm looking to day trade something, I'm going to go to where the action is. I don't really feel like I have a great day trade setup. Barry's probably got a lot more than I do because I'm a swing trader. But when I'm in the mood and have some buying power, as I said, around 11:30 Eastern each day, I will go through and look at the top 10 lists on this race and just kind of see what was really stretching and pushing in the morning might be pulling back and setting up in the late morning for a secondary push higher or a day trade. So that'd be the best way I could answer that one. Terrible. Or something else that you believe has higher. Yeah, I believe these have higher probability. Now, again, anything that has high relative volume is going to have higher probability. So I'm always looking at the relative volume to see how that's going. See a lot of green coming through the S&P ticker. Yep, look at that. The S&P and the Dow and the NASDAQ and the Dow for that matter, they are going to frustrate. Look at the Dow. It's not even doing anything. Oh, that's bizarre. That's just downright weird. For the moment, the NASDAQ and the SPY S&P are holding their intraday momentum line. So looks like some more frustration coming for the shorts, unfortunately. Just heard BBBY go off. Was that a AI trade? Looks like it is. And not a bad one, I might add. Let's go to the AI. Ah, so it was already in it. No, it just took it. My bad. Good. So it just took this BBBY. Interesting breakout from the downtrend. What do I notice here? Solid intraday support on that moving average. Might not be a bad AI call. All right. Haven't seen that one in a while. Flowers. Obviously a post-earnings mover. It looks like it recaptured its momentum, and there's nothing wrong with that on day one. This is day one. Big catalyst here. So it was a very slight breach of that intraday momentum line, but now we're back above. So I do find that it's still interesting. It could be some meat on that bone. Yeah, honestly, no till. I don't look at the AI much, but I have the sound in my headphones. So if something is called out, I usually pull it up just to see what's going on. But I don't derive many of my ideas from the AI. Good question, Jennifer. Is it better to master day trading before incorporating swing? Well, I'll tell you this. Um, they each have their pros and cons. The day trading is much more noisy, which means you're much more prone to getting kind of whipsawed by the algorithms and the stop hunts of the morning drive downs and plunges. Swing trading, you have smaller share size, so you can. The pro for swing trading is those intraday crazy movements that would really frustrate you as a day trader because you have bigger size. Remember, a day trader is going to have maybe 1,000 shares. Swing trader might have 300 shares. So having a smaller size allows you to tune out the noise. And I favor that for new traders. There's nothing worse than a new trader coming in and starting to trade the first 15 minutes of the open and just getting absolutely elbowed and slapped. It's not fun. And you don't want that to be your first experience, your first entree to what this is all about. So in that respect, I swing trade for a reason. It suits my personality now. It suits my day, my responsibilities, workload, and attention span. But I got real tired of the daily noise, trying to scalp out 25, 30 cents only to be jerked around by these algorithms. And in my mind, that's not real true supply and demand. It's just these algos trying to out wrestle each other half the time. So if I had to pick, I would say focus on swing trading. But then the con on swing trading, of course, is the overnight risk. Well, how can you mitigate overnight risk in swing trading? One thing you can do is don't swing trade biotechs because they're notorious for having bad news overnight. And there's nothing worse than just suffering a horrible gap down overnight. You can mitigate a lot of that risk by just avoiding the biotech sector altogether. But me, I don't mind taking home risk. And as a swing trader, I'll go back to this PSLV here. Talk about noise, right? If you're trying to day trade silver, you're absolutely just demolished if you're trying to go long. But me, I'm a swing trader. Even though this isn't a swing trade, I'm going to treat it like a swing trade. It's more of a long-term position. This noise, yeah, it bothers me, but it didn't kill me. What I'm focused on in the bigger picture is what is this 50-day moving average going to do? So I'm kind of hoping that today we get a nice little pop into the remainder of the day. We have a bottoming tail right off or close to that 50-day moving average. So it just pulls back your time horizon and allows this noise to not be so effective. And I think as a new trader, the last thing you want to do is just come in and get overwhelmed by the price action and the noise. So if it were me, I would try swing trading. Barry might disagree. He has his reasons and he has his niche and he's very good at what he does. If you want to follow him, he'll point you in the right direction too. But those are the pros and cons. Noise of day trading versus overnight risk of swing trading, really, to put it bluntly. And the pros of day trading are you're out with no overnight risk, but the noise is difficult. The pros of swing trading is you can be less emotional and let things move around. And I just find it easier for me to let profits run as a swing trader than a day trader. But you got to do it with smaller size. No till. Have the gaps always been like this? Well, gaps in gold and silver, if you're talking about gold and silver, yeah, they've always been like this. They can't hold their own gap. There's just something about them. If you're talking about the general market, well, between Jerome Powell and Meta, that just catapulted the NASDAQ higher and AMD as well. So you have this broad range of, not a broad range, but a select range of high known names that are, pushing through these technical resistance levels. Add on the people who were short this market and they're having to now evaluate, that just adds fuel to the bid, which is probably why some of these big names are still holding on to their moving average here, including the NASDAQ and the SPYs. So yeah, Jennifer, it just really comes down to you. If your personality, if you like to just go for it and you just love the action, well, then maybe day trading. But if you don't enjoy the games and the bull crap and the whipsaws and the punch to the face, then you might not like day trading. So it really comes down to you and what you're also, what is your ability to focus? And if you're sitting in front of the screen all day long, there's no reason you can't be a day trader. But if you can't sit in front of the screen all day long, well, that kind of forces people to be more of swing traders. Take a phone call, write a letter, look over here. Oh, that's working. I don't like that. Like the TGB, set an alert. See, I said TGB. No, I want to go look at it again. Bug if you type the wrong symbol. What are we going to get? Oh, look what we got. 2 cents away from me. So it was a 1 cent stop hunt in TGB. So the double test failed for the moment. They didn't get more than a 1 cent stop. Well, that's encouraging for the moment. I'll take that as a small victory. But, I wasn't going to stick around and just be a hoper. Once things start to challenge these critical levels, make a decision. Also, on setting stops, you saw me set a stop. I don't have any problem setting stops midday. What I have a problem doing is setting stops on the open. I'll tell you why. Why do you have free commissions? Because your broker sells you out to Citadel, the ivory tower, Skylink, whatever you want to call it. It's the granddaddy, top of the pyramid of algorithmic trading. So when you have all these brokers sending orders over, let me start in reverse. If you have traders coming home from work and they're looking at levels like I did in BEAT the other day, for example, right? BEAT. Let's use this as a perfect example. Remember, I got out on this day right here because I was afraid of what was coming. See, somebody comes home from work this day like me and they're like, oh geez, I can't take another day in this. I got to go to work tomorrow. I just got to put in my stop. And so I can almost feel that stop hunt coming. So if I didn't want to get out, there would have been no way in hell I would have put a stop in there because it would have just gotten blown out on the open. So my point is I have no problem setting stops midday. I have a serious problem setting stops on the open because the algorithms know where all the stops are. Every day, the bowling pins line back up for Citadel, and the most liquidity and the most opportunity for these Citadel type companies are in the first half an hour. They can come in and just bulldoze, knock down all the stops, and then the stock reverses, and they've got a nice little trade working, and they fade out of it the rest of the day. So I refuse to allow myself to be picked off with the herd on an open. Now that obviously means that some days I suffer more than I probably should have, but in my experience, more often than not, I have done better by just pulling my opening stops if I had one and letting the noise run itself out. That's just the way the market is. Now, when I learned to trade with Andy in 98, was that the way the market was? Nope, not even close. We traded smoothly in fractions, person against person. I was trading against some guy holding a calzone at Goldman, and it was totally different. Around 2007, the market fragmentation and algorithms really turned the market on its head, and it's never really been the same since about 2007. So if you're not doing very good at scalping, so that may be a good start to say, so you've got some experience scalping, maybe try your hand at smaller sizes and looking for good consolidation setups, and trying your hand at some swing trading and see if that, and you can always do both, because that's what I do. I mean, I don't necessarily look for day trades every day, but like I said, 11:30 Eastern, I'm clicking through some of these names looking for ideas that might have pulled back. Even though this SI has run 2 days, the pullback there to that moving average was a decent entry, but I would not have taken that because it was a giant gap up after a big run. I'm looking for things that are just breaking out, just having a first good day on these races. For instance, this ARQQ, this thing's having a pretty good day. Never even pulled back and touched its moving average. But it is day one on that one. So I will find my ideas generally through the races because I don't know what's in play. I can't always program a scan to say what's going to be in play. Some different names over here on this scan, different. Anyway, so actually I was confusing Jennifer with no-till. Sorry. Yeah, so that goes for anybody. You just find what works best for you. Because when I'm not, when I'm not doing these 1 hour live sessions, you should see my you should see my friggin' notifications. They're just stacking up. So throughout the day, there's another one right there. I'm constantly chasing notifications, and I can't really focus the way I need to. How's that MULN doing for me? Got trapped under the 10 SMA, but again, I'm going to, like I said earlier, I'm going to be greedy on this one. EV, I see no reason why I can't get back up to these levels. And then if it breaks through here, I'll know it, and then I'll probably start fading out a third at a time. All right. Caught up on questions, I believe. Anybody got anything else they want to ask or talk about? I think I've talked about all the things I wanted to. How's my rum doing? Pretty tasty there on the daily. Jennifer, I'm not saying buy anything, but I'm saying this is the kind of stuff I look for. All right. Nice consolidation above the moving average, and it starts to creep out. I'm fully green light on this one. Not a trade recommendation. I'm just telling you how I think and what I'm looking for. A lot of the stuff we were looking for on the races down here don't look like this. This is some real tight, sweet consolidation. And I'm basically anticipating a break above. I'm not waiting for the break. I'm anticipating it. That's how I like to do things. It gives me a better entry. And if I'm wrong, it's a paper cut if I'm lost. Rum for a Lin. What's a Lin? Hey, Barry.
Yeah, and I just listened to that last comment, and that's a huge difference between you and me because you are anticipating the break.
Yeah.
You'll take it
Yeah.
before the break, and I never do. And different styles. I'll set a price alert. If I don't
Yep.
get it, I walk away, and if I get the price alert where I want it, then I take the trade. Well, not necessarily, but at least I know about it. Yeah, I never ever anticipate a break. It's
because
interesting that
because I'm a swing trader. It's a swing trading
yeah.
tactic. I learned it from Brian Chen and my good friend Brian, who I've got to finish
Hmm.
his book AVWAP. But as a day trader, yeah, you're doing it probably the right way. You're on the pulse of the movement, whereas I'm looking for the general movement. And so
Right.
I look for consolidation. I can't stand chasing things because if I'm wrong, it hurts more. But I've been doing this enough, probably 40, 50,000 hours now of
Oh, I
looking
was
at
gonna say,
charts.
I thought you were gonna say 40 or 50 years.
No, 40, 50,000 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
I added it up once, and they say after 10,000 hours, you can be an expert at anything. But, after 40, 50,000 hours of looking at charts, I just kind of know what I like and
Yep.
what has a chance. And I believe that, again, not trading advice, but I believe rum has a chance. I'm long in 2 accounts. So that kind of gives you an idea of my conviction. But
Mm.
I'm basically just going to ride this 10 SMA. If this thing wants to roll back over and close below the 10 SMA, I'm probably going to get out and take a paper cut.
And the 10 SMA, I see it. Are you talking about the 15 or the daily chart?
The daily. Yeah, I'm
Oh, on
looking
the
at the
daily.
daily, the
Okay.
consolidation here. All
Right,
we
right,
got we
right,
got a
right.
green light, all systems go on the intraday here, so everything's in
Yeah.
line time frame. And again, I prefer anticipating. So if I'm wrong, my entry is not going to hurt me as bad as if I chased something. And I talked a lot
Hmm.
before you came on about the virtues of not chasing things, because you might get lucky one time and then you developed a bad habit. And more often than not, when you chase things, you're going to get a reversion to the mean.
No, what do you mean by chasing though? Because for instance, I'm looking at rum right now. Okay, so rum is at almost at the high of the day, but it's consolidating. So for me, as an example, if and it's consolidating now for me, looks like on the 15 anyway, for about an hour. If all of a sudden got some volume and it popped right through that, and if I look left, do the old look left thing, and I didn't see any resistance nearby, I could take that trade. Is that what you call a chase? And is it because
No,
it's too far away from the 10
no,
SMA?
no.
No.
When I talk about chasing, I'm looking more on the daily chart. Really
Mm,
focus on the daily chart as a swing trader. I mean, I probably wouldn't come in and establish a new position on SI, but I anticipated it yesterday. Um, I wouldn't recommend establishing a new position up here. It's up 40 to 50% almost from 2 days ago.
right.
So when I'm talking chasing, I'm talking about the daily.
Oh, on the daily.
On the
Okay.
daily, yeah. I don't. You know, I have no problem buying something that's extended from its intraday moving average as long as it looks good on the daily. I don't always have to wait for everything to line up perfectly, and but uh, when I'm talking about chasing, I'm primarily talking about the daily. And look at this SI, it's settling right here where that look left was. This is where I sold my second lot right here, about 22.20. And I've got 1/3 left, Barry. So I'm going to let the 1/3 run as a non-emotional trailing chunk.
Which one
Good
is
trade.
that? The SI, the
SI,
Silvergate?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Bought SI yesterday and took it home. Sold
Hmm.
1/3 on the open, no questions asked. Market on the open.
Right.
Looked left. Oh, this 22 area looks interesting. Sold another third around 22. And now I've got the emotions out. I'm going to let that last third work for me. When you look at something like Carvana with a giant short, yeah, that last 1/3 might have really worked well for you if you're not emotional about it. So
Hmm.
I paid myself on the first move, and now I'm thinking, if Carvana can do that, SI has a bigger short float than Carvana by a mile. So there might be some more meat on this bone. So
And that's, it was funny because I was talking about that in the pre-market to everybody about Silvergate. If the memers get a hold of this one, because you look at that float, certainly less than Carvana, and the short float is even higher. So I
yeah,
thought, yeah, I mean, if they get a hold of it, and it really hasn't run on the daily. When you look at it, in
no,
fact, it hasn't run on the daily at all.
yeah,
This may be, if they keep at it, this could be the very first day that they want to. I mean, there is some resistance looking at the daily on little
mhm,
areas, but I mean, today is the first big breakout day out of that cluster that
yeah.
started on the 23rd of January, I guess, and now it's broken out of that cluster.
That's what I'm anticipating. It's all systems are go here. Before I
Mhm.
run, I do want to answer Stan. Why do I like to scan at 11:30? Again, that's only for a day trade, and that's me not wanting to chase the racing on the open. So to me, seeing something like this and then chasing right here on the open, that would be a chase because this is a big momentum move from our races. I would rather be the person waiting for the pullback. Barry doesn't buy pullbacks, but for day trading, but I will not shy away from them because I try to lean on the moving average that I trust so much. And if I'm wrong, again, it's a paper cut. So that's kind of the sweet spot of the day for me, Stan. Let the first push get out of the way, let people take profits. And then that second spot in the middle of the day is when I've had some success getting a day trade push off of that. That's the reason why I use that time of day to avoid chasing, even though I just said a chase to me is always on the daily. You can chase. I mean, I don't think Barry would chase some of these things either.
No, 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 no,
No,
no.
no, no. You would be in at a much more earlier level of a breakout level.
Absolutely,
Yeah. All right, I'm going to
absolutely.
rest my voice. Thank you for coming back, and
No problem.
see you guys
I'll
later.
take over. I'll take over the stream right now. There we go. Oops, what happened? Are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah. Okay.
Hmm. Okay. So no, I had a weird. I had a weird, sort of a weird note come at me, something about sharing my stream. I think we're good. I think I'm good. Okay.
I see your screen.
Okay,
We'll
my
stop.
friend. We'll
All
probably
right.
talk to you. We'll see you in an hour anyway.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye. Rooms, and let's see what's happening here. I'm really warming up to this large float percent change from the open race that I created earlier. And I'm going to have to give this a lot more thought, even maybe add some more filters in. I don't know how many. But it's really interesting, especially right now where we're in this sort of market in which there are groups out there looking for high short float percents, and obviously Beyond Meat is another one of them. Take a look at RCII. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just sort of inching its way up. It may not win another race because, it's just inching its way up. So it's not going to have any probably dramatic percentage moves, but it's just sort of inching its way up. Rent-A-Car Center, not an earnings play either. Next high looking left, looks like that's around 32.01. So, I mean, it's got room. I mean, look at that's on the weekly. That is on the weekly chart. Terrible. You should, no, you know what? I'm not going to answer you, terrible trader, because you have to change your name. You can't go into the beginning of the day and call yourself terrible trader. Okay? You can't do it. It puts you in, so you're going to have to change your name. I want you to do that for me. Okay? You can't go in thinking that I'm a terrible trader. Therefore, how am I going to make any money? But I'm kind of pulling your leg a little bit. But no, it's not available. But I can give it to you. I haven't had it. All the scans that I share are not on the Trade Ideas website. These are just scans that I've created. They're on my homepage. This one is not because I just created it this morning. Okay. But let me just give you my home. Well, no, I don't have to give you my homepage. Well, I give you my homepage link anyway because I have other scans there. But let me just bring this one back. Load from cloud should be right at the top. I just created it. Large float percent change from the open. Share it. Okay, so here it is. Okay, there's the cloud link for it. And as always, when you get one of my races, either, I now have 3 races here. All you have to do is right click and then open the top list. Okay, open the top list. And why I say that is because you may have a different idea, about a price range. Now, let me just get rid of my note there. You may have a different idea about a price range you want because all you have to do is, well, you can do it from here too, but I don't mind looking at the top list. But if I look at configure summary, here's my minimum volume. This is my price range. There's the float, no more than 100 million. You might want to reduce that to 50 million, no more than 50 million. You might want to raise that float percent to 20%. I mean, this is not as if this has been, not the be all and the end all. Okay. I just threw this together and I'm looking to see what sort of alerts we get from it. I guess the better way to do it is from here, because if I do it here, then I have to launch the race again. So I guess the better way to do it is, if you wanted to make a change, is to hit the gear, and then you can either, if you just want to make a price change, you can do it here, or a minimum volume change. That's easy. Or you go to the advanced, and then here it is here, and then you can add filters and everything, other filters if you want, or make some changes. Again, nothing saying this is this is the best. Okay. And Wendy, hello, Wendy. I see you say you're new. What time was that? At 12:32? Yeah, I was on my break, so I'm just back now. I mean, this still looks good, this SI, it still looks good. I mean, Steve and I were just discussing this, and if you were here in the pre-market, you heard me talking about this one and why I thought there could be something interesting. I did take advantage of it briefly this morning, but because of that float, 25 million, but the big short float percent, short interest. I guess you probably should change that to short interest, but because it doesn't. In fact, I'm going to make that in the it's not easy, for some reason, it's not just as easy just to go and edit into our filters and make the change. Putting a note to myself because we will have a marketing meeting in an hour. Yeah, I may substitute this one tomorrow, the low float. I may just put this one right here just for fun. The problem is if I click on something here, it's going to go away, so I better not do that. I see Vino. Vino was halted. Wow. Halted and then just resumed, guys. Vino was halted. I've really seen this one before. Wow, look at that. And they just halted again. Were you guys on this? I'm trying to see if any posts on Vino. Wow, that got so it got halted at what time? The first halt was at 12:54, just as I was talking to Steve. So I did not see this one. Now it just got halted again. And look at the potential open here. 1290, 1290, 265. There's the halt at 265. How can I adjust the alert frequency in an alert window? I mean the same symbol. So are you talking about you don't want to see the same symbol over and over again? This is a question from our YouTube room. How can I adjust the alert frequency? So in other words, maybe you only want to see that symbol every once a minute, once every 5 minutes. I think I know what you're talking about. So first of all, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, this is pretty simple. So I do this right here. On this one, I call this DR, 10-day daily breakout. DR stands for don't repeat. So here are your options. So I right click on that window and click on properties. Okay. And then this box will pop up and then don't repeat. Click on don't repeat. Okay. And now here are your options. You don't want to see that if you don't want to see the symbol every time it makes a new high over and over and over again, you can go, you can say, okay, only show it once a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. Those are your options. Okay. And, or obviously don't repeat ever, but I like to do it on a day. The reason I do that, and you'll see I got these windows side by side. So what happens is I can kind of, I mean, and by the way, guys, this is a unique day with so many on the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, there will be days I won't get any. There'll be days I'll get 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 8 max, but just a ton of them today on the 5-day daily, on the 10-day daily breakout. And remember, it's not just breaking out like a 10-day high. There's some other pretty, I have a current volume of 8. It means it's going to be trading 8 times normal also. But anyway, so you see right there, there's the Vino at 1254, $2. I will not see Vino again in this window, but I will see it over and over here. And so I can click on Vino and there we go on a 5-minute chart. You can see it. And so when you click on an alert, any alert that you have in an alert window, doesn't matter what time, you'll see a blue arrow, and that'll tell you the candle, depending on what time frame you're looking at, the candle stick that it happened on. Okay, so and so it's kind of visually you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from there? Well, obviously from there it exploded even higher, as an example. Okay, if that option is grayed out, one of two things. If you right click on that alert window and go back to properties and go to view mode, what do you have for view mode? There are only two options: newest first, and then group and sort by. Did you get that? Go to the properties and then go down to view mode, and a little box will pop up. My guess is that you have group and sort by for whatever reason instead of newest first. There is one other thing I can ask though. Can you see my screen? Have I lost you? The only other thing I can think of is that, oh, okay, that's why. So click on newest first. Okay, group and sort by. If you do that, then the that don't repeat won't work. Okay. So now the group and sort by, I mean, it's an interesting way to look at things. You won't see the symbol over and over again, but every time the stock would make a new high. So for instance, if I had it group and sort by here, okay, I'll only see the symbol. I won't see the symbol over and over again in a repeating fashion. But if Vino made a new high at 108, I would see it here at the top. It would say 108, but I wouldn't see Vino over and over again. That is the use of the group and sort by. So you're already in a sort of a mode in which you don't see the symbol necessarily, like you don't see it running like here, over and over again when it makes a new high, new high, new high, new high for the Vino. But if you want to do it the way I've got it here, just see the symbol the very first time of the alert, and that's it. Then you have to right click, properties, view mode, and click on newest first. Newest first is the default. Most people, want to see the stock over and over again. But if you do that, if you click newest first, then you'll have the ability to do the don't repeat. Okay. Okay, great. So that worked for you? Okay, good. I can't wait for 2 hours and 50 minutes from now when Amazon releases earnings. And we'll see what happens. Yes, I'm going to hold. I've already taken $6 out of it. So, excuse me, from 104 to 110. So I've already taken $6 out of it. So unless it absolutely had a catastrophic drop, I don't think I can get hurt too much. And I never go through earnings, but I'm just doing a little instinct trade. And yay, if it doesn't work, again, it's not like I've got thousands of shares of this, obviously. Okay. So it's not going to kill me one way or the other. Okay, guys, I'm again internal discussions. Oh, this Carvana is still hanging around the VWAP. 755 is the VWAP, still hanging around, as is SI. Excuse me, SI hanging around the VWAP, just over it, 2131, just kind of a little bit over it. There's the Vino. So I guess the Vino just opened, guys. Vino just opened. So here's a case, the short float is not a lot, so it would not show up, in something like this. So this will catch every mover, regardless of float. Okay, short float. This will catch every mover, but this zeroes in on the ones with a higher short float percent. short interest. And meanwhile, Vino going crazy. Give me a moment, please, guys. So this is almost a no, it isn't. No, 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 forget it. 325. What's the news on this one? Any sort of news on this Vino? Other than the fact that it's a very low float, 1.98 million in the float. The Gaucho Group. Wonder why they're called. Oh, I see. Okay, the real estate development segment includes hospitality and winery operations. I was wondering why they're calling themselves Vino. 1,380% volume percent. It's traded 5 contracts a day. Yeah, I know. I know Vino's been halted again. Yeah. Now I see why Dak was talking about ATNF, another one that got halted, just resumed, I guess. Another low float, 1.85 million in the float. Here's another one at the VWAP, guys. Blink BLNK right at the VWAP, 1495. It's just a little bit above the VWAP. My issue with it would be maybe too much resistance around 1519. Look at that 15-minute chart. Looks like there's a lot of action right there. Well, Jamie, I'll let you know in about 2 hours and 40 minutes whether I'm having a really good trading day. I've had a good trading day, but I'll let you know in 2 hours and 40 minutes when Amazon has their earnings release. Well, here's another one. Integral. I don't think I've ever seen this one. IAS. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Can't recall. Anyway, IAS. Another one that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Oof. Still have a minor. Well, we definitely have the difference between the growth stocks and the value stocks. The so-called value stocks are still down. The Dow is down, and those growth stocks, the NAS, roaring higher. Yeah, I've done okay so far on the Amazon, so that's why I'm not terribly worried, you know. And again, guys, I don't have like thousands of shares, obviously, so I basically have half my position left. So here's another one for my 10-day daily breakdown. Yesterday we didn't have one. I don't think we had one in the 10-day daily breakdown, but here's one that's been working nicely. I'm not in it, but 1516 SLM down to 1460 now, earnings play. And the goose a little bit down, 2007, got down to what? No, that would have been excellent also. Goose got down to 1883 before it popped back up. I know this one worked earlier, 2866 got down to 27.55, so a dollar move there. I have no idea on this one. Oh, this is yeah, this is a I don't know why this is in here to be honest. 24, but it would have worked well. 24.74 down to 22.88, and then HBI worked well at the beginning. Haynes 698. Yeah, I mean it's still doable. Are you using mine, Tank? Obviously, you're not using mine. I didn't get any yesterday, but got them today for sure. All right, guys, 123. I better do a video before I forget. What time is it? 125, say? So say 135. It should be earlier, but just in case, again, have the technical issues doing it. So I'll just leave it like that. So I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm going to keep an eye on this SI. Oh boy, holding the VWAP really nicely, really nicely. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything. And you guys were talking about CIFR earlier. CIFR earlier. Wow, no kidding. Another, actually, it's not a crazy low float. I wonder why. Is this a Bitcoin play? Ah, okay, Bitcoin play. Ah, okay. Not too familiar with these guys. I've seen the symbol before, but yeah, so it's a Bitcoin play. And of course, Bitcoin, what are we now? 23,000? And of course, that's helping SI also. Looks like the next high is 332 on the weekly chart for CIFR. 24K now? Wow, okay. What was the low? Was it 15 or 14 or 13? What was the low when it got down to? $67. Funny man, Dak. Oh, I thought you were talking about. I asked what the low of Bitcoin was in the last little while. I thought you were. LMND, LMND, lemonade. Now that's coming into the 200 day, getting closer and closer. Not an earnings play. No, just wanted to see if it's up for some reason, but it's not an earnings play. LMND. Oh, I'm really liking this large float percent change from the open. You know what I might do? I might just change the name of this. The high short interest and the change from the open. Reason I'm kind of liking this is that what I'm starting to see are just stocks that they're not necessarily moving that much, but they're just kind of settling. After a move. Where could Beyond Meat go now, guys? I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly is 23.33. So, wow, it's got room on the weekly, 23.33. Jamie, I created a new race based on a high short interest, minimum of 15%, and a maximum float of 100 million shares, and then still racing on the change from the open. I created it this morning. So you'll only see stocks with a minimum 15% short float interest. Wow. No, it's not on my page. I just created it. I can give it to you if you want, but I literally just created it this morning, and I can't. I have to ask somebody else to do that sort of stuff for me. But I can certainly share it. Now you could take any one of my races. There you go. But for instance, you could take this race, the biggest gainers from the open. Okay, you can modify it. First duplicate it. So if you still want this one running, and then just add. Just add the. So watch. If I duplicate it into a free floating window, as an example, this is just good. How you can take your own race, and then you can modify it to give you something a little bit different. So all I did here is I go into the gear, go to advanced, and then if I do a search on float, for the high short float percent, so add the filter. I'm just showing you how you can take your own race and modify it in a different way. So you don't have to get rid of your race, you just modify it and have maybe two races running. And then the float was 100 million max. You can change that, of course, to 50 million or whatever you want. Now I basically taken that and adapted it, and that now so that's how you could do that yourself, just by make sure you duplicate your race, because you still may want the original race, and then you just add some things in it, and that's it. Give it a name, and you're away to go. Give it another name. I could have done that. I created it from scratch, but I could have done that also. You mean that race, Todd? I just put the link in, just underneath where you asked the question. Now, guys, I caution you though, don't have so many races running, okay? I mean, I may have to, I mean, I don't, the three, I would say maybe is a max. You don't want to have so many races running that, you run into the same issue as you can have. You can start clicking on, all these different alerts and not getting anything done. So I would probably have no more than three. Look at this market, guys. Another lift off that sort of mini consolidation, another lift off it. I may have to get rid of, I mean, if Amazon goes up anymore, I may get rid of it before. I mean, I'm almost up $10 now on the piece I have left. Yeah, there's no question. There's a mini greed factor on this Amazon long that I'm on in. I don't think GNS has showed up. I just remember the big drop it had this morning. Got popped up to 871, got down to 613. I remember this. I don't really recall seeing it anymore. Did it win any races? Wouldn't have won here, so it would have had to win something here. So never won a race here. Not that that's bad. I mean, it's just that it didn't win a race, so I'm not seeing it. And the short float interest is not high, so that means that it wouldn't show up on that other one. Oh, you're right. You're right. But did that what happened after that though? Because I thought it dropped. Yeah, so it dropped. I'd have to look at a smaller time frame because I do think it dropped after that, but it persisted after that. So the alert at 7:48, so it really hasn't moved that much from the alert, the 10-day daily breakout. What time zone are you in, Christine? Because this is 9:31 Eastern time. And you're saying 11:31. So what time zone are you in? Eastern? But this is Eastern, 9:31 Eastern time. Unless you only opened it later or something. That's only all I can think of because it happened at 9:31 at 7:48. Large short float percents. Yeah, this short float percent. I think, I mean, we probably should change that to short interest. But yeah, it's not the float. There's a max float of 100 million in the float. Again, all customizable. You guys can make changes, if you want a smaller. The only reason I was thinking about putting it like 40 and under, but then we would have missed things like Carvana, CVNA, 93 million, and also the SI. So I don't think it's as important, not the SI, no, the Carvana for sure. I think it's more important that short float percent than the actual float, but I capped it off at 100 million. Well, everything leans to the long side, but as always, I mean, if you clicked on an alert, if you clicked on one of the, something from the race, let's take a look at CRK as an example. Okay, so it's had a big pullback. I mean, if this failed, in theory, if it broke down to 12 again, if this little pop failed, well, you could maybe go short in it. But they're geared because these are changes from the open from the when the race started, from the when the race started. So here's SI, I mean, what's it doing? I mean, it's just kind of hanging around this area, but you could choose to go either way on some of these. But they are definitely geared more on the long side for sure. But here's Goose, for instance. I mean, Goose is down 20%, so what is it doing? I mean, if it broke one way or the other, that could give you the trade. I doubt if it's going to stay here all day. So you could put a price alert underneath, a little price alert on top. So that VWAP is right on top. So the other thing I could do is add the change from the open in here, or change from the close here to put it positive. Then you won't see things like Goose. That's what I've done here. The change from the close is at least up 2%. But I thought I would just leave it without that change from the close so we can see things like this because who knows? Maybe it'll have a nice rebound. The fact that it's big down for the day, well, maybe it'll have a nice bounce though. Well, that's why, but you can always add the change from the close, say up 1% or 2% like I've got here. So you will only see stocks that are positive for the day. No right or wrong way. Really? What time did you load it, Christine? You can't have mine then, because this, what time did you load this? What time did you turn it on? Because it's definitely 9:31, but it all depends on what time you actually load. If I load this now, I will get a different look. And so if GNS actually made a new high for the day, I would see it. If that all makes sense. You couldn't have started at 9:30. Really? How is that possible? Hmm. Well, let's take a look here. Are these exactly the same filters? If you right click and click on summary, are these exactly the same between 2 and 35? The current volume is at least 8, 500,000 share minimum, and up 40% from the open. Up 40%, for 40 cents. And of course, it's got to be above the 10-day high. Because I don't see how you would have the alert at 11:30 instead of at 9:30 if you've got these, if you're using exactly mine. You know how to give me a cloud link so I can load it? And I'd love to see it because I don't understand how that could possibly happen. If you know how to create a cloud link, and then you can paste it in here, then I can load it and I'll take a look at it because it doesn't make any sense to me that you'd have it at 11:30. All right, guys, getting close to my marketing meeting, so I'll find out a little bit more about the new charts that we're supposed to have soon. Look what Goose did, guys. It got into the 200-day moving average and kind of bounced off it. GOOS. 1906, what did it get down to? It got down to 1886, so a little bit below the 200-day, but then it reclaimed it, and yeah, maybe it'll bounce off that. But right now it's kind of stuck between the VWAP and the 200-day. I don't see COSM, COSM. The reason why the relative volume is so low, that's why. So that with that low relative volume, I won't see that probably on any scan. Boy, if it can take out, now it briefly did, I guess, 730, what are the highs over here? Yeah, almost that. Kind of got into those highs of these 3 days on the daily chart. I'm gonna stick an alert around 748 and see if it takes it out at some point. Still has a little bit of work to do, but then the next high would be 913. I haven't even seen them, Jay-Z. So the new chart features, I haven't even seen them. I'm not 100% sure what they're going to do, but I do know we'll be able to add more indicators and things like that. Okay, I've got to go to this marketing meeting, but I'll load this. I can probably do it at the same time. Let's take a look. So there it is, 764. Oh, that's bizarre. Now I'm looking here and it says the first alert that you got was 934, which is 4 minutes after. And the first alert, you see what I'm saying? I don't think you loaded it right at 930 then. That's all I can think of. Because the first alert should have been at 930 and then 931 through. Your first alert came in at 934 because I'm looking and everything is the same in terms of the filter. So maybe you thought you loaded it at 930, but it was probably like a little after. Because what would have to happen is that GNS would have had to make a new high. Yeah, right there. Yeah, right there. And now I see why the 1130 because it had to take out that high right there. So that's why. So that's all I can think of is that you think you loaded it at 930, but I'm seeing the first alert was at 934. Make sense? Okay, guys, what time is it? I'm gonna late for this thing. So let me just get my announcement in. I can talk about it later after, but I think that's what happened. Oh, I know, but when I did a history on yours, the very first alert is at 934 when I do a history. Okay. These alerts, the first alert was at 930 and then 931 for the GNS. You're not getting that one until 1130 because GNS did not make a new high. It dropped. See, there was the high of the day right there at 765. So you wouldn't get that until it hit 765, which was around 1130. Does that make sense? So I don't think you could have loaded this at, based on what I'm seeing, at 930 because your first alert was at 934 and the first alert would have been 931 for GNS. I can talk about this later. I really have to get into this meeting, okay? So All right, guys, I'm back now. Who broke the market when I was gone? Who did this? So I'm a little less happy about holding my Amazon now. If the market's going to do this, so we'll see what happens. Dak broke the market. Okay. Christine, are you still here? Okay, so you understand what I meant. You know what I mean now. Okay. So tomorrow, yeah, I mean tomorrow, if you load it, if you have, I don't know what time you actually start. I mean, I have everything loaded. I mean, I'm well before 9:30. So I'm back, Shabs. I'm back from my meeting. Yeah, that's literally when I went into my meeting, everything was rosy. Nice two big green candles up, then all of a sudden, splat. So that's 45 minutes down and some pretty wide candles now. Yeah, so I'm really unsure now about this Amazon, what I'm going to do with this. If this market continues like this, I mean, I know it shouldn't have any bearing on it, but here's the VWAP right there. I mean, if I were smart, I'd probably just say heck with it. I would say something else. The heck with it and take my money and run. I've already taken half out. Yeah, so if you started everything a few minutes late, Christine, then that's the reason. So I think we've nailed that. You just have to do a history of yours, and you'll see the very first one was at 9:34. So, or 9:36, whatever that was. Yeah, 9:34. So that is when you must have loaded trade ideas, right around then. Are we seeing a reversal in the short squeeze? Well, we're seeing a reversal in everything. We're seeing a reversal in everything. Probably not too much that has been safe over the last, I mean, look at SI. SI was already dropping, but I think it's sort of yeah, well, no, it wasn't really. No, I mean, so, here are the short float runners, SI. That candle is that candle right there in the SPY. So it's everything. It's not just, CVNA. CVNA, I'm not sure if it was starting to move down before that. Oh, same thing, you know. So yeah, it's not just the short squeeze runners, if we'll call them short squeezers. It's not, it's everything. NAS is still up. Dow is down. So now we still have that divergence. I'm kind of watching this Beyond Meat, but Beyond, I think it also tracked the market. Yeah, it's fighting. It's fighting a little bit more. I mean, we had the two red candles. Remember, all these red candles you see in a lot of these stocks are at 2 o'clock on my 15-minute chart, corresponding to that right there. So we had two down, but look at Beyond Meat trying to hold here, hanging on instead of another two red candles down. Because I was actually thinking of taking a short on this one because that 1960 level looked pretty key to me. There's a couple of 15-minute candles right there. I thought if I could take that out, and it barely did. It got down to 1954. Now, what would be wild if we get a giant if we get a giant green candle wiping this out and then proceeding on the way up again. Now that would be wild. Okay, guys, typically around right now is I'll put myself on mute. The room will be open till about 3:20. One last take a look at my homepage, the information you can find on it. So if you click on my homepage link, oops. So this is what you're going to see. So you'll excuse me, you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off. First month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Okay, it takes you about 30 minutes for the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a great free resource for you. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. That is free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens about an hour before Monday morning. That is free also. All the education is here. Big education link, our user guide. Just click on that. Here's our user guide. All the information you have to know about the racing and alert windows and topless windows, etc. And and then more educational videos here. And my scans. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. The two races. I may add the other race. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to do that. Don't want to clog it up too much. But here are all of the scans that I am sharing. So again, if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. Use this promo code. The room gets credit. I get some credit. And also, if you save my link, you can look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Okay, so again, I am here, but I'm just going to put myself on mute. And I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question or if I have something I want to say. You're on the TI simulator and you did not see the halt on Bed Bath and Beyond. Is it halted? I don't see that it's halted, but okay. When when did you say it was halted? I'm just looking at my halts resumes here. I don't see it. I don't see that it was halted. Unless I can't see it. I don't see that Bed Bath and Beyond was halted. No, the simulator uses our real-time data, so that's got nothing to do with it. Trader TV at 260. So I don't understand what you mean. You'll have to be a little more clear why you think Bed Bath and Beyond is halted. Can you hear me? Always wonder if wow, look at Vino, 518 now. This one, this one's trading on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Man. Yeah, so I can't help you if you can't hear me, I can't help you. Now I'm beyond meat. It's an interesting level it's at, guys. I mean, these two candles right over here, the 11:30 and 11:45, 15-minute candles right at about that 1160 market. This market continues down. Wow, one, two, three, four. Now that's an hour straight down. Well, I don't see that. I mean, I'm not saying our halts resumes is infallible, but I have not seen a halt. I didn't see a halt in Bed Bath and Beyond. I'm just looking at unless I'm not seeing it, but I don't see that Bed Bath and Beyond was ever halted today. So I'm not sure what to say. It's certainly not halted now, and our simulator has got nothing to do with it. I mean, our simulator uses our real-time data. I mean, it's at 323, so I'm not sure what you mean by Trader TV. It's at 260 because it is definitely at 323 right now. I'm looking at, yeah, so there was no halt. So I don't know. It's hard for me to know what you mean when you say Trader TV says it was halted because I think we can confirm that it was never halted today. But even if that's the case, I mean, we use our real-time data. So what are you saying? Are you saying that Trader TV has it right now at $2.60? Because I mean, it's definitely $3.23. Okay. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. I mean, here is Interactive Brokers. Okay. So it's the same price. Are you maybe on a delay or something? Or I really don't know what to say either. I mean, it's not halted. Sugar. I missed out on my Beyond Meat. All right, guys. You mean now we'll get a giant green candle? Oh, on the CVNA? Yeah, let's see, are there any shorts available now? Yeah, there's shorts available. Are you talking about CVNA? Now there are. They've come back 66,000 now. Here there were not. And then all of a sudden a bunch came free. Yeah, so are you sure you're on is it today's broadcast? Because it's not halted. I mean, we can 100%, are you looking at something that was maybe, are you sure it's today? Without, because it's obviously not halted, okay? Check the date. I mean, I'm not, it might have been halted, days ago, but it's certainly not halted today, and it has not been halted today. And if they're talking 260, let's take a look at where 260 was. It hasn't seen 260 for, I mean, it got down to two, or what price did you say? 260. Okay, so 260, I mean, it was never at 260 today, as an example. So it's got to be some other day you're looking at, you just didn't realize it. Okay. Okay, guys, back on mute. Only here for another 10 minutes or so. You view them, it's a simple scan. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. Oops. It's called Halts Resumes. Rick, okay. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. So if you wanted it, you just have to go to my homepage and click on the link and then go to scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here on the scan section and there they are, Halts Resumes. Okay. And when a stock is halted, you will see it on the chart too. It'll say halts, halted. But this is where you get the alert though. Now, every now and then, especially if a stock gets halted and then it resumes and then immediately it gets halted again because it went up so quickly, sometimes you don't see that second halt. But it's pretty obvious, because it'll just stop trading. But most of the time, I would say that 95, 98% of the time, certainly the first halt of the day, you'll see it. But you can see, we've had some, some were halted. There's CVNA halted there, halted there, halted there. Well, there's halts and resumes for CVNA all day. Vino, the same thing. That's okay. It's okay, no till. Who has been here the longest? You mean in this trading room? Other than myself, of course. Is that what you mean? That I can't answer. I'm not 100% sure. We've got some people have been in for many, many years, but I don't know who's been in the longest. Oh, how long has Trade Ideas been running? Okay. I believe the company started in 2002. Okay, I think it was 2000. It's either 2002 or 2003. I started as a subscriber in 2010, and then I started like a real, well, sort of a trading room. I asked them if I could start a trading room. I think around 2013, but it was just text based. That was it. In this format, this has been like this since 2015, sharing my screen and live in the mic. Boy, it's flown by, almost 8 years now. Oh yeah, you're welcome. We open every morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. I don't get on the mic until 9, but basically between 8, I say 8 and 3:30. I've been knocking off about 10 minutes early. And feel free to ask questions. You don't have to even, well, if you're in this room, if you're not a Trade Idea subscriber, you know that you don't have to be a Trade Ideas subscriber. Ultimately, of course, we'd love to see you take out a subscription. That's just to anybody who's in here who's not a subscriber. But hey, it's a free room. We welcome all. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute again. I'll be right back. Thank you, Trader. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of, helping people understand how to use trade ideas and of course trading, throwing out ideas, not just myself, of course, there are lots of great traders in the room. So it is sort of that combination, not sort of, it is that combination because, it is a software program and it can be, you can make it as complicated as you want. I tend to uncomplicate it. I don't know every single filter or alerts that we have. I have a very pretty simple style of trading. So I don't try to overcomplicate things. And with that, unless there are any other questions, I think I shall wrap it up. Put my script together. Wow. Tomorrow's Friday already. Yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure I know what I'm going to do. I like the fact that it bounced a little bit here, probably with the market. So I can't really, with the Amazon thing, I really can't lose unless it had a catastrophic drop. I just don't see that happening. Famous last words. But because, I've already taken, I think it's five and a half, $6 out of it already, and which is half my position. So it would probably have to go down to about 95 before I would start losing. It could. Yeah, anything's possible. I'll certainly be here, not here as in the room, but I'll be at my computer at 4 o'clock. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up right now. Thanks for all the help, as usual. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, so have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, I will get rid of you now. So see you guys tomorrow also.